dip, no matter what. You're getting, well, Pencil ringing the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange. I have no idea what it is, but she is holding a Faber Pastel #2, as you can see right there. Down at the NASDAQ, there's a SPAC ringing the opening bell. If you're worried about froth in the markets, let me tell you, SPACs are back. And meme stocks.
We're so back now.
Doing deals without bankers. Who need lawyers? You know.
Yeah, you don't need them. As long as you say something AI, you're off to the races, and your debt will do fantastically. Of course, exaggerating. There's been some, I'm being facetious. There's been some real questioning, especially in recent days, about that trade. But where we are not seeing questions asked, we are buying now are these travel stocks. Expedia and Airbnb doing really well today. They both delivered a positive outlook. They signal that travel trends are strong, that it's going to continue into the holiday quarter. And so far, Matt, they've seen no discernible impact from the government shutdown.
It's pretty impressive, especially on a day like today when we start to see those flights getting cut. Elon Musk's $1 trillion pay package was overwhelmingly approved by Tesla shareholders. That paves the way for him to boost his stake in the company to at least 25% over the next decade. He does, however, in order to do that, have to boost the value of the company to $8.5 trillion, which means adding another $7 trillion. And just as a reminder, there is no company worth $7 trillion. It would be a pretty amazing feat, I think. Having said that, inflation still seems to be way above the Fed's target. So maybe $1 trillion won't be worth that much in 10 years.
Maybe it won't, but I think most analysts would agree that NVIDIA is probably going to get there before. At least there are actual analysts who believe that NVIDIA will get there in the near term.
There are price targets that put NVIDIA at $8 billion in 12 months, 8.5 in fact. Let's bring back BlackRock Chief Investment Officer, Global Fixed Income, Rick Reeder. And Rick, can I ask you about that? I mean, is this market too frothy? Are valuations, are we getting too far ahead of ourselves here? Because I was looking at the other day, the Warren Buffett, valuation of stocks, market capital versus GDP. It's at the highest level, at least since 2000. And the same is true of the Shiller CAPE ratio. You can see this great chart here that shows you we're pretty highly valued on these two measures. Are you worried about the AI froth?
So, there's something, by the way, this is a time of year you tend to get momentum. It gets chased out of the markets, particularly today where you have ambiguity around some trends that are taking place. So, by the way, I don't think it's an AI bubble, and I don't think there's too much froth. And depending on where you go, if you look at some of the big hyperscalers that trade at 20 to 25, 26 times earnings, and they throw off ROE, return on equity of 30, 35, 40%. And you look at their free cash flow. I've never seen in my career free cash flow generation. We talk about top line revenue growth. When you can have that much free cash flow generation, it allows you to do your CapEx, which is extraordinary today, build R&D, which is your future cash flow, and then you can buy back your stock. So what's happening, you have an unbelievable dynamic. And by the way, we're now about to open the buyback window, that you have this dynamic, you throw off immense amounts of free cash flow. And so those multiples are not scary. There are parts, I see it in the private market, and I see it in some places where you're seeing businesses that have no cash flow for a number of years. How much would you finance those? So I do see froth in some areas, but in the traditional big market cap stuff, and I would say related to that, in semis, in healthcare technology, where you're seeing a rapid change, but real cash flow alongside of it, it is the exact dichotomy of what you saw in 2002.
Why then do you have these large cap giants tapping the bond market to the degree they are, and not just the broadly syndicate market, but also raising capital off balance sheet too? If they were so confident and have such robust cash flows, is that not a concerning turn of events that they're instead building up on debt piles?
So first of all, when you look at any measure, debt to EBITDA, you look at their debt to book cap, debt to market cap, these companies are under geared, are under levered. Their cap structure is so low in terms of leverage certainly relative to market cap, but relative to book cap. If you were running a big mature company, you think about what does your normal cap structure look like? And if you're going to fund near-term CapEx over the next couple of years, if you can do it out the yield curve, which is where you see a lot of that financing take place, to say, gosh, I am throwing off a lot of cash flow. But if I can lock in these rates, and if I'm as a shareholder of any of these companies, I say, why in the world would you fund everything with equity? Or why wouldn't we put a little bit of debt, get a little bit of gear and get your ROE higher? So I just think it's a natural evolution of, gosh, this is how you run a big company, and this is what a normal cap structure looks like.
I mean, we were just talking about global bond sales hitting $6 trillion, an all-time record. That's pretty incredible. And the return on fixed income has been great this year as well, finally. How could we be in a world with tight financial conditions when this is happening? It just doesn't make any sense to me why the Fed would want to be cutting into this.
So you got what I would argue there's an immense amount of cash that came from certainly years ago at fiscal monetary stimulus. So, I don't think financial conditions drive. Financial conditions are great for older savers in the economy. The interest rate tool today is incredibly powerful on parts of the economy that are really struggling. Low income, small business, the housing market. By the way, the government debt, since 89% of what the government funds is in 0 to 2 year part of the yield curve. So it has a huge influence on what taxpayers are paying for debt today. So my view today, what the interest rate tool does, the idea of it affects inflation, I'm saying this for months. It's very hard for the Fed to bring down sticky inflation, healthcare, education, insurance. Not terribly robust. But we do actually, if you bring the rate down, you'll bring down the mortgage rate, which you're seeing play out.
Well, but not for poor Americans, Rick. Diane Swonk has said, bringing down these rates is not going to affect subprime rates, and 25% of the country is below 690 with a credit score. Also, I don't see how a lower rate adds jobs in an environment where companies are cutting headcount to try and offset higher tariffs to their margins.
So, Matt, I've said it for months now. I will say one thing: the Fed doesn't create jobs directly, but you think about what happens. Small business does. 44% of the hiring in the U.S. is small business. The rate's too high for small business. Second, you think about what happens in the housing market. We put 3.1 people to work for every home built in this country. If you get the mortgage rate, by the way, you don't have to get it down that much, but if you got it down 25, 50 basis points, you increase labor mobility. Your point is right. Companies, we are in a productivity revolution. Companies are going to cut jobs. But if you increase labor mobility because people can sell their house, move to another state where they get a job, if we actually put people to work in building houses, you bring down shelter inflation. The Fed can't create jobs, but you can ameliorate some of the stress that's happening because of productivity. And people talk about productivity as like AI. It is happening everywhere. We talk about freight, how we do logistics, how we do inventory management, how we do customer procurement. Productivity is exploding. We don't need as much labor collectively in the country. Bringing that rate down in the places that can actually help will actually at the margin help a labor dynamic that I think today you'll see, not just what you're seeing in the last 4 months, but what you're going to see for the next couple of years.
And with these conversations, and especially your viewpoint, is made all the more important. We have to ask, because beginning of last week, Secretary Scott Bessent confirmed his list for Fed picks, your name among them. How have those conversations?
Hello, my name is DrPaulCottrell. We are live streaming on YouTube and also my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. I will be rebroadcasting this content tonight on the different channels. I have YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. You can also follow me on X and on GETTR. You can follow me on TikTok, Substack, and Patreon. For the ones that like the content that I provide and want to support, please donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, or you can be a paid member to my Substack and Patreon channels. All the content that I provide are for free. So it's through the help of supporting the channel that allows me to do this work. In addition, I have great products. I have ebooks, supplements, and course material on immunology and pulmonology. Please take a look at those. Please get prepared for the fall and the winter season. It's really important to boost up that immune system. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Max 35. This is 35 parts per million, or the cleanse, 30 parts per million. They're at different price points. Take a teaspoon a day every day. And by doing that, you're improving your oral cavity, helping the health of your oral pharynx, maintaining your mucosal barrier, and helping the health of your epithelial cells. Super important to boost up that immune system. Take it every day. If you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two a day, swish in your mouth, gargle, 20 seconds or so, and then swallow it. It's really easy. I've been doing this for over 5 years. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, boost up that immune system. And when you are boosting up your immune system, you are slowing down the aging process. And that's why the Max 35 and the Cleanse are part of my anti-aging protocol. In addition, please go to my store and get the structural nano silver soaps. Very high quality. You can get it in lemongrass, charcoal tea tree, peppermint, and lavender. So please go to my store. Get a few bars of the soaps. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. It's all caps, discount 5, the number 5. Get $5 off any order. And get a few bars of the structural nano silver soap. Use it every day. These are soaps that I use continuously. In addition, be prepared for the fall and the winter. And the holiday season's coming, so these are great for stocking stuffers. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
We're opening trust.
All right. I want to pivot over to a little bit of the reactions about Mamdani. So let's go to Fox Business.
Ever wish you had a power up for the ACT? Well, we've got the.
Alrighty, joining us now is Miranda Devine, Ace New York Post columnist, Fox News contributor, the best of the best. So Miranda, I had this, I'll call it a theory. And some Cottrell theories do better than other Cottrell theories, I get that. But you've got two strong, smart women, Jessica Tisch, the police commissioner, and Elise Stefanik, Republican House member running for governor. She's already running even with Pope. And my theory is, if Mamdani wants Tisch, then she'll settle. She won't let the Civilian Review Board run the place. She won't let social workers run the place. She will run the place. She's done a great job in the last, 18 months, 2 years. And at least the fact, who's probably going to win, but if Hoko whispers tax hikes, Elise will pound her into the ground. And without those tax hikes, Mamdani's program is in a lot of trouble. Now, go ahead, rip it apart.
No, I completely agree with you, but it will also take Donald Trump to withhold federal funds from New York if Mamdani, as he's vowed to do, decides to oppose him, not work with him when it comes to immigration enforcement.
Oh, sanctuary cities.
Sanctuary cities. He's doubling down on sanctuary cities. Mamdani's going to pour hundreds of millions of dollars extra, which is against the interests of the so-called working class and poor that he claims that he champions, because the illegal migrants get slave labor wages, and they can only do that because they get subsidized with a whole lot of welfare money that is not available to regular New Yorkers. So I think that his sanctuary city is going to blow him up. It's damaging for New York. And I don't think that Donald Trump should bail New York out. I know he has a soft spot for his hometown. We live here. It's not our fault. We didn't vote for Mamdani. But I think short, sharp dose of hard medicine might wake him up and make him realize that he's got this pincer movement. Hochul is in a straitjacket because of, as you say, Elise Stefanik coming after.
Looking over her shoulder
Jessica Tisch. And Jessica Tisch will run next time, I'm sure, against Mamdani. So he's got foes wherever he looks.
I absolutely agree. He's surrounding himself. He gave this, hard, aggressive, sort of in-your-face speech. But I was looking at some of the names. He's surrounded himself with some really far left socialists.
All women.
This Lena Khan is my favorite. Biden's federal trade commissioner who hates business. Show me a business And she will say, the business is no good, it's a monopoly, we have to end the business. And she never won anything. But she went after every large business in America, all the tech companies, she lost every single thing. She's a complete lefty. She hates business. She's one of the four chairs of his transition committee, Lena Khan.
Yes, I did agree though that with her that the monopoly or duopoly, whatever they are, of the big tech companies should have been broken up.
The top 50, the top 100, she was going after every single company.
Well, some of these tech companies just went way outside their mandate when they decided to de-platform the New York Post, de-platform the president. They have way too much power.
Asking that, would you end the company? I mean,
No, you just split it up. You just
conservative censorship is terrible.
Yes,
Granted, 100%.
but they're too powerful, and so you split them up,
No.
just like they did
Are
with
you
the
on
railroads.
Mamdani transition committee? You and Lena.
Well, I mean, it's not just them. It's if you saw, there was footage of Mamdani's victory party. You had the worst of the worst in there, just cock-a-hoot gathering together like witches around the cauldron. There was Hassan Piker, that awful Twitch streamer who tortures his dog with electric shocks to keep it still while he's on air. There's Mehdi Hassan. There's that awful woman whose name I always forget, Linda something or other, that blonde Karen woman. Yeah.
Like the Venezuelan power bureau. That combination of Venezuelan power bureau, right, at that victory party. But he's going to have trouble governing. By the way, he liked to freeze rents, so I understand that. That will destroy the housing stock in New York City, but he can't. The Rent Guidelines Board makes those decisions.
And Eric Adams has already installed his people in there who are rational.
Yeah, I think so. And the MTA is going to be a problem, and the legislature is going to be a problem with Elise Stefanik, with the enforcer.
And, you know, Cuomo managed to keep de Blasio somewhat in hand, and Stefanik is going to be way stronger and more on the right than. I think Mamdani, the problem for Mamdani, well, for us, is that a lot of exit polls show that the people who went in and voted for Mamdani didn't really believe that he could fulfill any of his promises, but they were just grateful that he had heard their concerns about affordability.
He'll have a year. If he doesn't get the stuff done in a year, he's finished. He will not have any real political capital. And then Elise Stefanik will be sworn in as the governor, and probably with a better legislature. That's the way I'm looking. Now, I know some couple of theories don't happen, but I'm just telling people, please don't jump out of your window. It could be okay.
Exactly.
It could be okay.
I love that you always see the glass half full. And that's the way New York is. I mean, New York just keeps on keeping on. We've been there before. I lived here pre-Giuliani. Those were really the bad old days. You know, maybe New York has to hit rock bottom to get a new, you know, savior like Giuliani come along.
Right, Jessica Tisch and Elise Stefanik and Miranda. Thank you very much.
I think what's going to happen with Mamdani's policies is that he's going to have some pushback by the city council and the governor, but some policies will be instituted. It will seem somewhat effective for about a year. And then after the midterm election, you'll start to see things start to collapse. So we're talking after November 2026, where people will start to see, well, their prices are going up, their taxes are going up, crime is increasing, right? So when we're in 2027, that's when people will start to push back on Mamdani. Now, my concern is that he might seem relatively successful at the very beginning of his socialistic programs, which gives false hope to the Democrats, and that may be a tailwind for them to win some seats in the House and maybe even the Senate. But then after the midterm, a few months later, maybe halfway into 2027, you start seeing the true costs of socialism. The bottom line is socialism doesn't work. It never has worked. But there is this period of time at the very beginning when they start to issue the socialistic programs that there is it seems as though it's effective until the real costs start to take hold. please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Myotrol. This Myotrol will help to build muscle and to maintain muscle. When you turn age 40, you don't express the genes that you need to build muscle. So to improve musculature, especially if you're 40 years of age or older, male or female, take the Myotrol. This has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans to help with the gene expression to build muscle. Do some resistance training and you'll gain muscle. Now, Myotrol will also help with your mitochondrial health, so you have the energy to build the muscle and to maintain the muscle. To reduce atrophy, take the Myotrol. Now, if you're an athlete, younger or older, you will benefit from taking Myotrol. This will help you to recover after your workout and to gain strength. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It's powerful stuff. Take it every day, and you will improve your musculature, and that's a component to slow down the aging process. Because if you look at people that are older, they have poor musculature. They start to lose their posture. And a lot of people don't work out their back. When you're working out, make sure you build back muscles. Really important to improve your posture. And by improving your posture, you're improving your lymphatic flow, and you're also improving your venous return to your heart. Super important. Plus, by improving your back muscles, you're aligning your spine, you're aligning your vertebrae, and you're also increasing the bone density of your vertebrae when you're doing back exercises. So it's really important to take the Myotrol and make sure you do back exercises to build back muscles. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Slow down the aging process. Get the Myotrol. All right, we're gonna go to Fox Business talking about the Exodus.
An age where New Yorkers expect from their leaders a bold vision of what we will achieve, rather than a list of excuses for what we are too timid to attempt. Central to that vision will be the most ambitious agenda to tackle the cost of living crisis that this city has seen since the days of Fierro LaGuardia. An agenda that will freeze the rents for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants. Make buses fast and free. Deliver universal childcare across our city. May our only regret.
How those buses are gonna run for free? You have a bus driver, he's not gonna do it for free. You have maintenance on the bus. That doesn't just magically get fixed for free. What about the energy that the buses need? Diesel, electricity, that's not for free. Getting a new bus isn't for free. How's it gonna be free? Oh, you're gonna raise taxes. See my point? It'll look like it's effective somewhat in the first 12 months. But after that, the real effects will start to take hold because of higher taxes and crime and upkeep. You think that the buses will be clean for free?
Be that this day took so long to come.
Well, that's New York City's mayor-elect, Zoran Mamdani, gearing up to implement his socialist policies, including his claims that he will freeze the rent for more than 2 million rent-stabilized units and build 200,000 affordable housing units. Unfortunately, all of those things are not under his purview. He doesn't have the authority to do any of that. Mamdani declared his victory as a mandate for change in the Big Apple. Joining me now with the People's Corporation founder, chairman, and CEO, Don Peoples. Don, great to see you. And we thought you were the perfect guest to address this because you've got business throughout New York as well as in Florida. And you've seen this massive exodus from New York to Florida. Give us your reaction to the races this week.
Well, I think that the mayor-elect has a sense of optimistic naivety. The reality is the government can't change this. All the mayors wanted to accomplish reducing the cost of housing, increasing affordability. And here New York sits with nearly 1 million units short of affordable housing. If you look at people who are living at 80% or below area median income. So ultimately, the reality is that it's a long-term problem. The government can't fix it, but the private sector is the only choice. And what you're seeing now is New Yorkers who are entrepreneurs, who are pro-business, who are market rate focused, are leaving and have left New York.
Yeah, and we're seeing the numbers continue to rise. The victory in New York is sparking an exodus to Florida. It's been going on for a while, but it is renewing now, this enthusiasm. The real estate market seeing a boom in Florida as wealthy New Yorkers escape higher taxes and other socialist policies. And the cities with the fastest growing populations of millionaires in the last decade include Scottsdale, Arizona, West Palm Beach, Florida, Miami, Florida, and Washington, D.C. Tell us how you see real estate getting impacted in New York and in Florida, Don.
Well, I think I think after COVID, and we were able to work remotely as a nation, people were more portable and entrepreneurs were more portable and you could work from anywhere. So what you're seeing is a pursuit for quality of life, pro-business environment, low taxes. And so states like Florida, Tennessee, Texas, those states are prospering. Florida is having a gold rush. It is booming. The real estate market continues to appreciate. The supply cannot keep up with demand. We've got several projects underway, ultra-luxury development in Miami along the water. We've got market rate rental buildings being developed, and the markets are very strong there because there's an influx of people coming from New York and California. And if you look at Dallas, Texas is booming right now. JP Morgan's made a massive investment there. So Goldman Sachs. You have the financial services industry, those that were based in California, especially Southern California, moving there as well. So there's a flight to quality of life, flight to pro-business environment, and flight to lower taxes. And I think that what's going to happen is you're going to see that accelerate. We're already beginning to see it just in the next few days or the last few days in Florida.
Yeah. By the way, you mentioned JP Morgan. I believe JP Morgan has more employees right now in Texas than it does in New York. And, they've got this enormous new headquarters building in New York, but more, employees in Texas. Don, what's your sense of real estate pricing in New York? How do you look at New York right now? If you're living there, you see this change about to happen, new mayor coming in next year. What do you want to do if you're thinking about potentially leaving New York City?
Well, right now, I think that you're going to see a continuation of high income earners, high net worth, and wealthy entrepreneurs. They're going to continue to look to Florida as a good place to base and then come to New York as a visitor, if you will, but they'll leave their residency here. I think you'll see much more of that. I think New York, interestingly enough, on the luxury condominium side and the co-op side, there was a lot of excitement, a lot of energy up until the summer. And then after the primary, it slowed down. And so what you're seeing now, I think if I'm an investor in New York, we would be looking at affordable housing. There's 1 million units short for affordable housing. And I do think that that's a problem that needs to be solved. The government can play a role in that by putting more money towards it and putting more financial incentives. So the government can play the role, but it has to be a private sector focused role. And I think that the mayor-elect will do that. I met with him during the general election, and he did indicate a willingness to engage businesses in the private sector to address this affordable housing cycle crisis. And I think that is where the opportunity is in New York City. I think you'll see businesses like JP Morgan and others, they are going to bet big in New York because it's the epicenter of capitalism. It still will be the financial capital of the world, but it will be less of an entrepreneurial environment. And I think that's what you'll see the shift coming. So I don't think, I wouldn't be long right now on luxury condos right now, for example.
So will prices go down before they come back up in New York?
Yes, I do think so, especially on the ultra-luxury residential side. Luxury to ultra-luxury residential side, I think you'll see prices decline. I think the office market that had a significant recovery over the last 6 to 8 months, I think you're going to see that slow down a bit as well because businesses are going to wonder whether or not there's going to be a shift or a further shift in leftist policies in terms of business regulation as well.
Well, I mean, one of the problems with Florida is that prices there might be getting out of reach for a lot of people.
Yeah, South Florida, Maria, you're right about that. Miami, Palm Beach counties, Broward County, prices have gone up significantly. But the west coast of Florida, where your prior guest was on, Naples, for example, Fort Myers, those are markets where there's significant opportunity. There was storm damage, so there's a lot of rebuilding going. Florida's a big
yes, of
state,
course.
and there's going to be other places that will be attractive.
Really great points all around. Don, great to see you. Please come back soon. Love having you. Thank you so much, sir. Don Peebles
Thank
this
you.
morning. I am Carolyn Forte, Executive Director of the Good Housekeeping Institute.
Morning, Joe.
Fresh off his election win here, New York City Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani is, well, he's in Puerto Rico for an annual summit that brings together New York politicians and lobbyists, the infamous SOMOS. Before arriving, Mamdani spoke by phone with outgoing Mayor Eric Adams, who promised that his team will fully cooperate with this transition. Meanwhile, Wall Street is reckoning with Mamdani's win. As NPR put it, New York City CEOs and other billionaire business leaders spent more than $40 million trying to stop Mamdani from becoming the city's next mayor. Now, they have to live with him. And Liz, in your latest piece for Semaphore, headlined, "Relax, nobody's leaving New York," you write in part this: as the city's financiers complain loudly about Zoran Mamdani's win, watch what they do, not what they say. Sales of pricey condos hit a 3-year high as Mamdani's win was all but assured. Indeed, Midtown.
All right, the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment is at 50.3, lowest since June of 2022.
Particular is celebrating an incredibly hot real estate market. A former real estate executive remarked last week, commercial leasing is out of sight. And Liz, I will say, I've thought this storyline was overblown to begin with. We heard similar things when Bill de Blasio was elected. Nobody left. Will there be 1 or 2 high-profile incidents that our friends, the New York Post, will write up about in a big way? Sure. But tell us what you found. You're finding New York business leaders, they're not going anywhere.
No, and money talks on Wall Street. So look where they're putting their money. You know, as you said, commercial leasing is crazy right now. You know, Salesforce, whose CEO Mark Benioff had some very strong words for San Francisco, is not shy about calling out city mismanagement. Just renewed their lease just a couple blocks from here. You know, JP Morgan just opened a $3 billion monument to capitalism a couple blocks away on 47th Street. Ultimately, these are talent businesses, and for reasons we can get into, young talent wants to be in New York City. And in fact, the core of Mamdani's coalition was these white-collar college
Young
educated.
talent wants to be in New York because they're talented. But there's a lot of people that are pseudo-talented, that are young, that think they deserve to be in New York. And these are the transients that always show up, and after 2 or 3 years, they leave.
People who are complaining about prices, but they are squeezed precisely because they all want to be here. And you know, I think without talent deciding that New York City is not somewhere they want to be, nobody's going anywhere.
Kudos to the editors at Semaphore for letting you start the headline with "Relax."
My editor wrote that.
Oh, he wrote that. Oh, very nice, very nice. Yeah. But it does feel like, I mean, maybe part of it. Do you think that part of it is also like in COVID, there was such an exodus of New Yorkers out of the city? Some of that is sort of baked in. I mean, for sure, the suburban real estate market is also white hot, right? There are a lot of people who are leaving the city. One thing I keep hearing from people is they're really waiting to see what he does with the schools. That if he puts in somebody that's perceived as like really radical as school chancellor, there were rumors this summer that he might put in Jamal Bowman. That seems not to be the case now, but people are freaking out about that. That could drive, maybe not leaving the New York area, but certainly leaving the city for younger families that are worried about education. What do you think some of those other dynamics might be?
It's certainly going to be schools. It's certainly going to be police. I think because you know he's very heartened by his comments that he would sort of keep Jessica Fish around. You know, I think you're talking about the pandemic, and you're right. And there was sort of this sense that Wall Street was going to lose, you know, sort of its core talent, and companies were kind of going to leave. But actually, I think the opposite happened, which is on the back of the pandemic, the loudest voices for people having butts in seats 5 days a week were the CEOs of these big financial institutions. And they're going to find it very hard to demand that their employees are in and have them be absentee.
So, Jane, you're also on the Mamdani beat this week, and you've got a new piece for Politico magazine titled "New York is quietly preparing against Trump's takeover of the city." And you write in part this: alarmed at what Trump may do in response to Zoran Mamdani's election as New York City mayor, Governor Kathy Hochul has devised a virtual war room and convened a series of conversations with law enforcement, business officials, and activist groups to stop or at least mitigate any federal incursion. And J-Mart, I wrote this week also about how the White House and President Trump has been watching this race and like has been sort of waiting for Mamdani's election, believing Mamdani is the foil that he could use, a value the moment he does indeed really turn on his former hometown. You've got new reporting as to how New York will respond. Tell us more about it.
Yeah, so quietly and behind the scenes, there's been a pretty extensive preparation campaign led by Governor Hochul. That her point person is the state emergency coordinator, Homeland Security director, who has been organizing a series of meetings with folks in and around New York City, coordinating with Jessica Tisch, who you guys just mentioned is the police commissioner for Eric Adams, likely to stay for at least the time being at the start of Mamdani's tenure as well. And the first goal, John, is stop this from happening. They are hoping to kind of preempt any effort to send the feds into New York. If that doesn't work, and I think there's going to be a pretty extensive PR campaign in the next 2 months to make the case, we're good, we don't need the feds here. If that doesn't work, then it's phase two. Then how do you mitigate the presence of the National Guard or even active duty troops? Obviously, that's a more complicated question. But I think you're going to see a pretty whole of civic society effort, clergy, veterans, civic officials, activists, labor, to say on the front end, John, don't do this. And Hochul is interesting because she actually has established a rapport with Trump. It's on again, off again, but she does have a line with Trump.
So, Rev, you're the right person to go to this. Mamdani was on with us on election morning, and we put this question to him. Hey, Trump has said he's coming. If you win, he told us that he's ready. What do you think?
I think that he's ready, but ready has to be defined. I don't think that he's encouraging a confrontation. I think he's saying that he will not let the city be bullied. But I also know, and I talked to Jonathan about his piece, that many in the faith community, we're already talking. Bishop Hyde of the Episcopal Diocese, Reverend A.R. Bernard, and others of us are talking about how we set a moral tone to stand up and do what is right. And if the worst comes, how we can try.
Oh, wait, let's get this straight. I mean, they're dancing around to the real issue. We're talking about illegal immigrants and kicking them out. So the faith-based initiatives are going to promote illegal immigration. The faith-based initiatives are going to promote the use of taxpayer dollars on people that are here illegally. See, this is the problem with the liberals. So you really need to pay attention to the way they construct their sentence. They are for illegals and not for the citizen.
And others, because at the same time, we want to protect those that we feel are unfairly targeted. We do not want to see this get out of hand either way, and appeal to the business community that can influence President Trump, who has significant business interests. Let's not forget, you're talking about a city where
he's saying, we want to protect the people that are, being unfairly targeted. What, huh? How do you define? This is when we have to use the Socratic method. Define exactly the type of person you're trying to protect. What are the characteristics? And I guarantee you, it's illegal immigration.
Of interest. And so it is not LA to him. It is not Chicago to him. You're talking about Trump Towers and other real estate here. That's his, and his buddies are here. I think that there may be ways to deal with this without robbing people of their right and without scapegoating people based on their language or their race. And at least we should try to check that. If not, we've got to take a stand that is right and moral.
And we see that polls thought that his moves in LA, Chicago, other places unpopular. and his effort to punish New York by scuttling that rail tunnel to New Jersey, well, that may have helped elect the new Democratic governor of New Jersey. We will stay on this. Liz Hoffman, thank you so much for a new piece for Sun 4, an important piece available to read online now. Good to see you. Also, senior political columnist at Politico, Jonathan Martin. J. Martin, thank you again. New piece also available to read online.
Yeah, that's the problem with the liberal. Protect the illegal immigrant, but not protect the citizen and the use of their taxpaying dollars. Amazing, amazing. Just keep on wasting money.
AI requires massive bandwidth, low latency, high resiliency. For businesses, this means faster connectivity, more reliable connections.
Meanwhile, President Trump is reiterating that these flight cancellations are set to ensure the safety of every American, which is key.
And Peter Doocy joins us now outside of the White House with the latest on that and a new push to reopen the government. Hey, Peter.
Yes, and President Trump is not talking about these cuts at airports like they are a way folks here have figured out to gain leverage over Democrats in the shutdown. Instead, they see these as something that just has to happen when a shutdown drags on this long.
Are you at all concerned that it might not be safe to fly right now? What do you tell people?
No, that's why they're cutting, yeah. Fair question. As Sean Duffy announced, they're cutting in certain areas 10%. And they want to make sure it's 100% safe. That's why they're doing it.
President Trump now insists the Democrats will terminate the filibuster in the first hour if and when they assume control or power. Republicans have what the Democrats want. We should do it now and have the greatest 3 years in history. And when it comes to reopening the government, there is still a huge sticking point.
Well, we're going to see about the shutdown. Look, the shutdown is caused by the Democrats, and we're not going to spend $1 trillion or $1.5 trillion on healthcare for people that came into our country illegally. They should have, as they've done always in the past, it should have just been extended. It could have been extended very easily.
And we still don't know of any meaningful progress in these behind-the-scenes negotiations between Republicans and Democrats to reopen the government. On the contrary, there are various reports that Democrats privately think that it will benefit them the most to let things drag on a little bit longer, especially now that there are problems at the airports affecting so many more people. Back to you.
Peter, so this new deal that Senator Thune is going to put out there, it's the first thing really offered in a while. As you just mentioned, you went through it. They're going to fund the Agriculture Department. They would they'll fund the VA with a short-term extension into January. Punchbowl is reporting that Dems plan to walk away from this. Would you be surprised? Is that what your reporting also says?
Yes, there is no reason to think that at this point, with the deal that's being put out there to kind of piecemeal, figure out like the top priorities and piecemeal fund certain parts of the government, like what the president did, trying to pay the troops for as long as they can. The votes are not there, and if they want to go down a different path and use these reconciliation packages where they can jam something through with no Democratic support, maybe.
I'm gonna go to the University of Michigan data.
Components. One is current conditions and one is future expectations. So the current conditions part of sentiment has really come down quite a bit this month, primarily because, again, people are really quite concerned about the effects of the shutdown. They're concerned about high prices and the impact on their pocketbooks. And on that note, they believe that buying conditions for big ticket items are just really poor right now because of those high prices. At the same time, they're not necessarily expecting things to be any worse in the long run. So really what we're capturing is a deterioration in views about the current situation in the year ahead.
Gotcha. So it's like a snapshot of the moment in time. This is the first read for the month of November, so you will get an update as well. How much of an adjustment is there usually between the first read and the second read?
It depends on what's happening in the economy. If the shutdown is finished and the federal government reopens, I would expect a tick up in consumer views of the economy. But if this shutdown continues to drag on, and if there are major impacts on consumers on down the pike, it's unlikely that sentiment is going to recover in the near term.
So Joanne, the headline number, University of Michigan sentiment number 50.3. Where would you like to see that number? Where would that number be if this were a healthy economy, a normalized, healthy economy? Where would that number be?
We've been seeing about four consecutive months now of small declines, and that's landed us here in this very low, historically low from the historical context. What we want to see is at least a few consecutive months of improvement, and we haven't seen any improvement in sentiment since the beginning of the summer, when people started to calm down after the height of tariff rhetoric. So consumers, we want to see a sustained improvement, and we just haven't seen it.
How are you thinking about the inflation expectations? For 1 year out, the expectation from consumers is that prices will rise more, a tick up to 4.7%. But for the 5 to 10 years out, they're actually feeling a little bit better.
Yeah, so consumers are seeing a decent amount of uncertainty with respect to inflation. They continue to be pretty worried about the possible impact of tariffs. They don't think we're out of the woods yet, but they are not nearly as worried or panicked as they were earlier this summer. So both in the short and the long run, consumer expectations for inflation have come down compared to April and May, but they're still considerably higher than they were a year ago.
Joanne, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it. As always, Joanne Shu, Surveys of Consumers Director at the University of Michigan. I don't know, Scarlett, if I were a politician, a member of Congress down in DC, I'd look at these numbers and I'd say, all right, this stuff's starting to impact people.
Time to get back to work?
Time to get back to work. Maybe some of the elections this weekend.
All right, let's go back to Ducey here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Gladiator Barley. This will help to build muscle, bring down inflammation, detoxify your body, and soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. Take this every day. This is a month's supply. Do resistance training, gain muscle, bring down inflammation, detoxify your body. By bringing down inflammation and detoxifying your body and soaking up free radicals regularly, you're going to slow down the aging process, boost up your immune system. Super important. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. This is powerful stuff. Take it every day.
Sound like there's votes even with the Republicans to do that right now. John Kennedy was on Ingram last night. He said every time that he brings up the reconciliation idea, the leadership dismisses it. And so to your original question, would it be a surprise if these Democrats just walk away at this point? No.
Well, Peter, it guaranteed a future vote on Obamacare subsidies. And if this is all about healthcare, that's their main issue. It guarantees that there will be a vote on that after they fund the government. But still, they just want the $1.5 billion for healthcare, and that's it. That's all they're going to take.
But Ainsley, it's one of those things where, is that what this is all about anymore? We know that the first week that was the Democratic talking point, but we heard less and less and less about it, to the point that a lot of folks are scratching their heads. Like, what is this about? The next couple of days, it's going to be about flight delays and who people that are stuck at the airport are going to be the most annoyed with, Republicans or Democrats. And it sounds like the Democrats are willing to roll the dice and see.
Wow. All right. Thanks, Peter. It's very clear what they're doing. They're trying to cause a maximum pain on the American people. When you look at it, it's the first time I've ever seen this in politics. They have no control of the House, no control of the Senate, and they don't have the presidency. Yet they feel like they can say it's their way or the highway. And they feel like right now, which I think is a strategic error, because they won in Virginia, in New Jersey, and some of these local races, that the wind is in their sails right now. So they believe that the American people are going to blame the Republicans. So there's no incentive for them to reopen the government right now.
When the president says nuke it, forget the filibuster. Well, standing, we have 52 votes. Actually, we have 55 votes. So let's just do it. Now, I don't think getting rid of the filibuster is in our country's best interest, but the president's not just making it up. James Carville and Eric Holder have both said, if the Democrats take power, they're going to get rid of it. They're going to go pack the Supreme Court, go from 9 to 13 judges, and they're going to look to add 2 states almost immediately. So if they do nuke it, they do get rid of but if they do get rid of the filibuster. Last time Joe Manchin and Sinema stopped it. This time Fetterman would stop it. But is there anybody else that would stop it? Or would that one be enough, depending on the margin, when Democrats eventually get it? So the president said, be smart, But I also think doing the right thing is to leave it in place, to force both sides to work with the minority, or else you don't get anything passed. Want even more Fox News on YouTube? Become a Fox News Patriot today. Click join to find out how.
I think that long-term, getting rid of the filibuster is just going to create more problems. Short-term, it'll benefit Trump. Long-term, it will be destructive for the country. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin C and magnesium. Vitamin C and magnesium is dual purpose. It's going to help with your skin, help with your brain function, but also help to boost up your immune system. Take this every day, especially during the fall and the winter. Magnesium also increases the efficacy of vitamin D3. And stack it with the magnesium and zinc. This will boost up the immune system and help with brain function. And again, drink it with filtered water. It's very important to take this every day. If you're not feeling well, take a double dose. Take one in the morning, take the other in the evening. But really important to take during the fall and the winter season. Take my advice, get the magnesium and zinc and the vitamin C and magnesium, boost up your immune system and your brain function. All right, let's listen into Times Radio, Trump's chaotic second term.
From the MAGA right, which makes many centrists very unhappy, particularly domestically. The way he's weaponized the Department of Justice, the way he's used tariffs. The Supreme Court now has a big case in front of it about whether his use of tariffs under a so-called emergency is actually legal or not. There are other cases questioning his use or abuse of presidential power. But this is part of the revolution that he's bringing, this idea of a unitary executive, i.e. the president can do whatever he or she wants, which I think is a big, big change. And he surrounded himself with all kinds of sycophantic people in his own cabinet.
Now, big meeting's taking place today in the White House. Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orban, who is extremely eager to get around US oil sanctions, is meeting with Donald Trump today. Orban's coming to the White House squarely focused on obtaining an exemption. We're here to explain the dynamics of the meeting and why some Europeans are nervous is Stephen Erlander, the New York Times diplomatic correspondent. Stephen, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm very well. So Orban's sole focus, it seems, is to obtain an exemption on these sanctions. Do you think he's going to get it?
I think he probably will.
Save up to 35% only through Tuesday during Raymore Flanagan's Veterans Day Super Sale. Or pay no interest for up to 72 months with a minimum purchase. Get up to 35% off today at Raymore Flanagan.
Gusto is the best choice for small business payroll. It's fast. It's trusted. It's a great value.
I think he probably will. I mean, Hungary and Slovakia are pretty dependent on Russian energy. There's a pipeline. They've always been that way. The Europeans have learned to live with it. I mean, Trump made comments on it. After all, he's sanctioned India for buying Russian oil. But this is a long-standing relationship. He's very fond of Orban. Orban, in many ways, is seen by Trump people as a kind of predecessor of the Trump style. And Orban was also the person that Trump wanted to host this summit meeting that hasn't happened between himself and Vladimir Putin and possibly with Zelensky on the side. So Orban is very invested in also trying to ensure that if such a summit happens, it happens there. Europeans are angry in general just because Orban has been kind of an outlier and they do not want Putin, who has been seen as a war criminal by the ICC, to be coming and welcome to an EU member state. So these things are all in play, but my guess is since the two of them get on very well, they'll keep differences pretty well hidden.
Yeah, of course, that meeting that was announced to say we're going to be meeting, I think it was in Budapest, wasn't it? And, Trump said very confidently that could happen within a fortnight or so before totally crumbled again. And how sort of symbolic a setback would it be for sort of Ukrainian and other European leaders
they've spent months trying to sort of use this unified voice to prod Donald Trump against Putin. How much of a setback would it be if Viktor Orban gets what he wants?
Well, I think it would be a setback, but I mean, the main issue is whether Trump's willing to put pressure on Putin in a serious way, threatening to, cut off energy supplies, blah, 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 more sanctions. He's done some of that, obviously. He's done some serious sanctions because he was so angry at Putin about the failure of having the summit against two big Russian banks. So he has done something, but I do think he sees Orban as a kind of ideological ally and a way for the US to make its interests felt inside the European Union. It should be said that Orban lately inside the European Union has been behaving himself better, partly because I think, as he always does, he kind of judges the mood and knows his colleagues are annoyed with him. So again, Orban just wants to stay on Trump's good side, which is true of most leaders in the world, and because they get on, he'll probably have to debase himself less than many leaders find themselves having to do.
Actually, it'd be interesting to hear your reflections, Stephen, of the last year, really. I mean, Viktor Orban is making his only first visit to the White House. There have been many extremely turbulent meetings held in the Oval Office in the last year as Donald Trump's been president for the second time around. Where do you think we are, sort of 12 months on?
Let me just interject. The S&P 500 is trading at 6,678. We have a sell-off today. Yesterday was a sell-off. There's a resistance. There's a support level at 6,650 now. If that breaks, we're going to see 6,500. So there is a bit of a sell-off going on in S&P 500.
From Trump 2.0 in terms of how different the administration and turbulent it's been this time round?
Well, it's not even been a year, which is, I think, exhausting everyone, not just in Washington, but all over the world. Because Trump is basically unpredictable when you get him in a setting, particularly in front of the press. And he loves to show off in front of the press. If you read the transcripts of his comments, they wander around. And oftentimes, if you're sitting there as a leader and there's some domestic thing that touches him off, in a way it's a relief because then you're spared. But if he wants to attack or be amused by making people uncomfortable, that's what he'll do. It's a very hard thing to gauge. So this is why I think Orban's probably okay. Now the whole first Trump year has been, I think, revolutionary in a way from the MAGA right, which makes many centrists very unhappy, particularly domestically. The way he's weaponized the Department of Justice, the way he's used tariffs. The Supreme Court now has a big case in front of it about whether his use of tariffs under a so-called emergency is actually legal or not. There are other cases questioning his use or abuse of presidential power. But this is part of the revolution that he's bringing, this idea of a unitary executive, i.e. the president can do whatever he or she wants, which I think is a big, big change. And he surrounded himself with all kinds of sycophantic people in his own cabinet who sometimes, really are out to change things on their own, using his power as a pretext, as an excuse, as a sort of sanction for the kind of right-wing revolution they've been planning for really years now.
Stephen, thank you so much for your time and your analysis. Stephen Erlanger, the New York Times diplomatic correspondent, and we'll be watching out for that meeting that takes place later today between Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orban and Donald Trump.
And one other thing, our country has to remain very liquid because problems, catastrophes, wars, could be anything, We have to remain liquid. We can't give everything away. Yeah,
Let's listen in on, on Bloomberg here.
The worsening sentiment.
I think it's probably a good amount. And even though we sort of look at the state of the shutdown as, yes, we have some pullback now, but we would expect things to sort of even out after there's a reopening. Unfortunately, that's not necessarily going to convince all of the animal spirits in the market. And so sometimes we'll still end up with that one side of things saying, well, it's negative now, and so I'm going to act now. I would expect that some of the sort of mid-cap consumer, or even sort of like right before it becomes luxury, just a little bit of that premium might struggle a little bit more. I would expect to see across the board a bit of rationalizing when it comes to supply chain and adapting to the new global trade environment. And I do definitely expect everyone to just comment on their trends in traffic and in ticket with retail. So we're going to see if things like providing value from the Walmarts of the world are sufficient enough to maintain valuations in the market, or if it is the beginning of a bigger correction where everyone says, you know what, we've appreciated fundamentals for a long time, but we're looking at the macro and we're nervous. It's something we're going to find out soon.
Shelby, one aspect or one, I guess, attribute of this marketplace has been the AI story. It's really been a story for maybe the last 2 or 3 years as one of the major drivers of the stock market here. And the discussion, I think, over the last month or two has gotten more pointed as to whether there's an AI bubble. How do you guys think about that?
We think about it in 2 parts. So when asking myself, is this a bubble? The first thing I'm asking is, do I know the complete fundamentals and have we blown beyond that? And in having some discussions with the sort of first and second derivatives of the whole sort of AI market, one of the things we're realizing is we don't even have the full capacity of the utilities, water, electricity, to know exactly what we can do and how far this can go. So if I think of that just as one component of the fundamentals, knowing there's much more, I say, well, I'm not quite sure exactly what the ends of this are. So I'm not sure on that regard. But the second part is time. And how far forward and how soon do we expect all of this to pay off? The current valuations are suggesting that everyone expects this all to pay off in about 3 years. And that's where I disagree. You lose me at thinking that the runway is that short. So if we consider those 2 things, if we say, do we know all the fundamentals? No, but is it right on time? Not really. It's a little bit too soon. I would say, yeah, probably. We're looking at a bit of a bubble. How big? Unsure. But with things being pulled so far forward and not knowing the complete bounds, we might be looking at something here.
Thank you for being so candid on that. I mean, there's a lot of unanswerable questions there, and so many people just kind of plow ahead and say, no, this is going to work out. This is going to work out. Technology is a good thing for us, blah, 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 blah. But there are so many things that we don't know just yet. In terms of things that we don't know, we also don't really know what's going on in the labor economy. And the data points from private providers like Challenger suggest that things are worsening. Is that something that I think people are kind of seeing things as the glass half empty now, as opposed to the glass half full, because of that lack of information?
I would agree that it's tempting to look that way, right? And the labor economy has been sort of the tipping point with regard to even Fed sentiment. We saw it earlier this year, right, when we had that large labor revision and the market absolutely sort of had a freak out, for lack of a better word. And so when we see that people continue to spend, we think consumers are fine. But then remember that a consumer is not this separate entity that exists apart from a body. A consumer has to be a laborer, or at least a part of a laborer's household. And so I think we're taking that data a lot more seriously. And then also understanding that even if it's short-lived, we're going to see a reduction in what those laborers can buy, what part they can contribute to the consumption equation, the consumption part of the equation. So I think the labor economy is definitely being taken into account, especially because once again, we're seeing it hit white collar. And one thing we've seen since probably about 2022 is that K-shaped recovery in consumption. The top 10 to 15% have been doing a lot of the consumption. They're also facing a lot of the layoffs now. So the labor economy is a crucial thing to consider in our calculations.
All right, good stuff. Really, really appreciate it. Shelby, always a pleasure speaking with you. Shelby McFadden is a senior analyst at Motley Fool Asset Management. So smart and really very candid about what's knowable and what's unknowable.
Yeah, a lot of this, I think for a lot of investors, is just kind of a little bit of fake there with this AI, some of these big predictions we see about AI.
It's the same thing that happened during the big build out of the railroads. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the VeggieCap probiotic. And I also have a powdered probiotic. So the powdered probiotic is the one that I usually take. The VeggieCap, both are very high quality, and taking a good probiotic is going to help your overall health. Good health starts at the gut. So it's really important to take a good probiotic. It's a foundational supplement. And what it'll do is it'll help you to absorb your nutrients, reduce inflammation at the gut level, help with your immune system at the gut level, improve your metabolism, also improve your brain function. You'll be able to sleep better. You're reducing inflammation. And sleeping better, you're detoxifying your central nervous system. You're consolidating memory. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the VeggieCap version or the powdered version. Take it every day, drink it with filtered water, and improve your gut biome and improve your overall health. And you'll also notice over time that your skin improves too. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. Get the probiotics.
Been a volatile week for crypto. Joining us now, Anthony Pompliano, founder and CEO of Professional Capital Management. I thought the whole exercise was kind of silly. They have it's at 100,000. So you got a price target of 1.5 million. Okay, so that's 15 times. You're starting at 15 times, as if you can make a forecast like that with any degree of certainty or accuracy. And then your resolution on the whole idea is so fine that because of what you're calculating, you can cut 300,000 off. And then it's only going up 12 times. The whole thing just seems silly. I don't know when but we are at 100,000. Do you think it goes below significantly, or this is enough? We've seen this.
It's going to go below. I think it's going to go below 97.
A reckoning that's happening across both crypto and Wall Street, which is the Wall Street folks are realizing that Bitcoin is real and it's going to be here to stay. At the same time, the crypto people are realizing that Wall Street plays a very different game. Wall Street actually does not want an asset that goes up, 100x and then drops 80% every 3 to 4 years. They want something that is much more predictable, much more stable. And
so why they get so involved with it?
Because Bitcoin is not as risky today as it used to be, right? If you were buying Bitcoin in 2012,
125 about a month ago.
Of course, but if you think about the risk you take, you should get paid for. And so right now, Bitcoin is much less risky today than it was a decade ago. And so people are going to get a lower return. Now, what I think is really interesting is also that lower volatility in Bitcoin is allowing these large pools of capital to come in and start buying. And so in a weird way, the volatility coming down is opening up the total addressable market of Bitcoin. And what we have seen is less volatility to the upside, but it likely also means less volatility to the downside. Usually in bull markets, you see 4, 5, 6 different 30+% drawdown. We haven't seen that during this bull market. So you're just getting dampening of volatility over time, which frankly is boring to a lot of the early investors. And I think that's why you see a lot of those guys starting to sell.
If you don't take her price targets into account, the point she was making, I thought was interesting. That is that maybe the notion that Bitcoin becomes more than just a store of value and digital gold, the idea that it eventually becomes something for cross-border transactions and instantaneous payment, that could be stable. She's basically saying stablecoin could take a lot of that market share.
I would go even further. I think it's already taking that, right? I think that's kind of her point.
So Bitcoin's never going to be anything other than digital gold.
For years, I think I've been coming on here and saying, hey, we know for sure that people want to use it as a store of value. Maybe one day it'll become a medium of exchange. The question of always are you going to buy your coffee with it?
You can't store value in Bitcoin. It's impossible because it's too volatile.
Bitcoin is going to appreciate. You don't want to spend an asset that is likely to appreciate for future.
Guys that bought the pizza.
Correct. And so instead, what do? You spend something that you think is going to depreciate over time, which is the US dollar. And so the rise of stable coins, I think, is really just taking the exact same asset, US dollar, same monetary policy, you're putting it on new rails. And what we're finding is that the demand for dollars was way higher than we ever thought before.
I think that's a good thing for the United States and for the US dollar.
A lot of times gold though is non-correlated with risk assets. In fact, sometimes it's a place where you can park during times of turbulence in the stock market. You might like gold or treasury or something like that. Bitcoin is still like creating like a NASDAQ stock.
Yep.
On steroids.
Yep.
At times.
At times,
when does that change?
Well, here's what's interesting is at times it trades, right in line with NASDAQ. Other times it's not. I mean, earlier, a couple of weeks ago, NASDAQ was running and Bitcoin was going sideways, right? And so I think that what people are really trying to figure out is it correlated? Is it non-correlated? Is it inversely correlated? And part of it is that Bitcoin is still in this transition period. My friend Jordy Visser's got this great way of framing it. He says Bitcoin is having its IPO moment. And the whole idea is that you have the early holders of Bitcoin who are dispersing that Bitcoin into the market. And there has been billions and billions of dollars of sales of Bitcoin coming from those early holders. Yet the Bitcoin price is still at $100,000. And so there is this persistent bid coming from the traditional financial system saying, we want to buy the Bitcoin and we're happy to take it out of the hands of those early holders.
Do you think that the possibility of Bitcoin becoming basically worthless has been taken off the table at this point? And if not, what would it mean to the financial system in this country, to the treasury party, you've got institutional buyers, you've got governments, you've got sovereigns, you've got people buying. If it went to zero, that'd be a real issue.
It's not going to go to zero.
Would it not?
It's not going to go to
There's always some, person who's going to point out the kind of 0.001% chance of software
computing,
or quantum computing, whatever. Right? But I think for most people, they see Bitcoin as not going away. It's here to stay. And I think that's why you see these large pools of capital start.
People that think it's going to zero never short it.
Listen,
I would short it if I thought it was going to
the
zero.
market is the referee. If people for some reason think it's going to zero,
That's a luxury belief. That's what I call it. Nothing can happen. Believe it. Henry Logic still thinks it's going to zero. It's either going to 1 million or to zero. It's a luxury belief. You can have it and no one's ever going to call you out on it, but you're never going to short it because you don't ever put any money back.
I do think that there is a theme that is happening right now that people have not yet wrapped their head around, which is this whole idea of crypto is going to be dead in a decade, right? People are not going to be talking about crypto. We're just going to talk about finance. Everything is now merging together. You have the crypto world and you've got the traditional finance world.
Crypto will be just so intertwined with the financial world that we won't even use the term.
We used to think about the internet, like internet finance, and then there was the finance industry. Now it's just finance. Same thing's going to happen with crypto, right? BlackRock, as an example, BlackRock could be described as a crypto company. Their most profitable product is their Bitcoin product. They're talking about tokenization all the time. Like they are trying to adopt these new technologies. All of the big asset managers, they're trying to figure out how do we play here? Do we actually have funds that invest in this space? Do we tokenize our fund? What do we do? And so over the next decade or so, crypto as a concept is going to be dead, and you're just going to hear people talk about finance. And I think that's a good thing. That's the maturation of the industry.
How long did the people point out that, how long were tulip bulbs a thing? They were for years and years and enough. I don't think 20 years, though, was it?
Look, I think that what people forget sometimes is how quickly everything is accelerating now. One of the things that we've done is we've launched a software product called Sylvia that allows somebody to come in and they can attach their bank account, their brokerage account, their crypto account. They can upload their real estate, their private investments, their credit cards, all this stuff. And the AI goes to work and starts to immediately begin helping them get their financial life in better order, right? It's kind of help you grow your investment portfolio. And the reason why that's important is because now all of a sudden software can replace financial advisors or your stockbrokers. And so we think that the same way that AI is attacking things in personal finance with a product like Sylvia, we also think that the same thing is happening. Bitcoin is attacking store of value. We think stablecoins are attacking medium of exchange. We think tokenization is going to attack the stock market. It is the digitization. The framework I've been talking about since 2018, 2017 is we had an analog financial system. We then upgraded it to an electronic QSIP system. So you used to have a physical stock certificate, a physical deed in your home, etc. It all became electronic. Now we are going from the electronic QSIP to this digital world. It's the same assets, it's the same market structure. It is just now going to be in a different form factor, and that allows the software to get to use a lot more energy. It does need a lot more energy.
Boy, Anthony, thank you.
And when you use up all that energy, guess who's going to pay for it? The end user, the household. When they have higher gas prices, higher electricity bills, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the zeolite. This will bind to heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals and allow you to urinate them out within 6 to 8 hours. It's important to detoxify your body to help with your immune system and your endocrine system, even your brain function. Super important to do. Also, by detoxifying your body, you're helping your bladder and your liver and your kidneys. So please go to my store, get the zeolite, detoxify your body regularly, take 3 small drops underneath your tongue, and drink filtered water. Take it every day. Olive leaf extract. It's a great supplement, and it does 2 things. It helps to boost up your immune system and helps your cardiovascular system. Brings down inflammation and helps you to control your lipid profile. Please go to my store, get the olive leaf extract. And it's important to take supplements that have dual purpose. That way you're getting more bang for your buck. Make sure you use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. It's all caps, discount, and the number 5. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. So now airlines cancel 3% of the flights on Friday. See, because of the shutdown, they're having problems with the airlines and the traffic controllers. And so we're probably going to see a major bottleneck during the holiday season in the United States. All right, let's listen in to CNBC about this subject.
All right, let's talk about another big story. Hundreds of flight cancellations and delays this morning. The FAA reducing commercial air traffic due to the government shutdown. Phil LeBeau is at American Airlines Operations Center in Fort Worth, Texas, where he spoke with the company's CEO. Hi, Phil.
Hey, Scott, you know, if this is a day where there's going to be a lot of cancellations, and a lot of people are saying, well, how are the airlines handling it? Here at the Operations Center for American Airlines, they are monitoring, working with, scheduling 5,800 flights today here in the United States. How many of those are being canceled? Of the 5,800, 221. They were announced last night, and what they have essentially done is they have worked to rebook those passengers to make it as least disruptive as possible. And so the bottom line is this: as you take a look at the flight cancellations today, Cirium has compiled what the industry is looking at in terms of American, Delta, and United. Those are the bulk of the 748 flights that are canceled today. It comes out to about 3% of all the flights into the 40 largest markets. How is this being handled here at American? And what does Robert Isom think about the impact of this as we move closer to the holiday season? Oh, there's an impact, all right. And he's noticing it in terms of sentiment, consumer sentiment, and in terms of bookings.
Of course, there's an impact. Nobody wants to put up with hassle. And again, we're doing everything we can to make sure our customers know. But as we get into the busiest travel, part of the year, this is something that we just can't let happen.
Take a look at shares of not only American, but if you look at all of the airline stocks, not a huge hit after this was announced yesterday. But keep in mind, guys, we are at 3% or 4% of the flights being canceled into the 40 largest markets today. That ratchets up to 10% by the end of next week. And Robert Isom was very clear, not just for American, but for all of the airlines. It becomes much more complex the more flights that are canceled, both in terms of parking aircraft, crews needing to be rescheduled, passengers needing to be rescheduled. And the bottom line is this, guys: there is no slack in the system. No slack. We've got good weather around the country. What happens if there's a storm that rolls through the southeast or through Chicago or through the northeast? It ain't going to be pretty. That's the bottom line, as long as this government shutdown continues and the DOT doing the right thing in terms of making sure that it is not overtaxing the air traffic control system, given the staffing concerns that are there. But the bottom line is this: as these cancellations continue to grow, this is a system that is stressed and will become more stressed.
Phil, it's Scott, it's good to see you this morning. Can you talk about, I think, what we have been hearing, and you may have mentioned the other day, because I think it's relevant to a business traveling audience that watches this network, the so-called hub-to-hub system, not affected nearly as badly, I think, as some of the other routes. For say, if you're traveling from where you are on American Airlines, for example, in Fort Worth, and you're going to Chicago, well, maybe that's a hub to hub. Or like I did yesterday, Denver to Newark, United hub to hub, and didn't have any problem whatsoever.
Most of those flights for all of the airlines, hub to hub, as well as large city to large city, most of those flights remain. They have not been canceled. What the airlines have largely done is they've reduced the frequency into secondary markets. Here's an example. There used to be, or typically, there are 6 flights a day between Dallas-Fort Worth, an American hub, and Corpus Christi, which is not a hub, but it's a city where they have a lot of flights and a lot of customers too. Now they brought that down to 5. And maybe next week, do they have to bring it down to 4, or do they have to cut back in other areas as well? One thing I should point out, Scott, everybody sits there and says, well, come on, how much of an impact might there be? I can tell you this. When I fly, and I've been on several trips already in the last week and a half, every time somebody will stop me and they'll talk about the state of the airline travel business or their bookings or their personal experience flying, increasingly, corporate travelers are saying, I don't want to take a trip. I don't want to risk being stuck somewhere. And Robert Isom says that is real. That is going to continue. And I know there will be people who say, well, that's too bad. Washington will figure this out. In corporate America, they're not waiting. You will see this continue to be the case where corporate customers will just not take trips. It's not worth it. And look, when I came down here today, my wife said to me yesterday, are you sure you can get back tomorrow night? Yeah, I'm pretty confident I'll get back to Chicago. But there are a lot of people, and they stopped me in the airport. No, they stopped me in the airport last night and they said, I don't know. Is the air traffic control situation going to be good when I get to this place or when I'm out on the runway? How do I know that there's not going to be a staffing issue? You don't know. And that's the frustration for millions of people who are traveling and who have trips booked for the holiday season.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Actually, Goldman's got a nice table of the names most exposed to the airports impacted. At the top, Spirit, Frontier, United, and then way down the list, Phil, names like Southwestern American. While we have you, I do want to get you on Tesla. And I don't know if you want to talk about the pay package, the woes of being a public company, some of these aspirational production targets.
We're going to shift over to Fox News talking about Stefanik. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Goodnight Formula. Goodnight Formula has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower to allow you to get into 3 to 5 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep. That's super important to slow down the aging process, consolidate memory, detoxify your central nervous system, and you'll be well rested. Good sleep does slow down the aging process and improves your memory. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take this every night. Clarity Factor is another great neurostack. This will get rid of that brain fog, allow you to concentrate, and over time, it'll improve that neuroplasticity between your neurons. They'll connect, you'll have more connection, more conductivity. You'll be thinking faster and have better memory. Please take this every day. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Drink it with filtered water. Protecting your brain and improving your cognition is super important.
New York's greatness. Elise Stefanik for governor.
Republican New York gubernatorial candidate Elise Stefanik joins us now. Congratulations on the big announcement this morning. I know you wanted to wait till after the election on Tuesday to make a decision. You announced it. You released that video this morning. Why do you want to be our next governor?
I'm running for governor to make New York affordable and safe. We have seen decades of single-party rule led by Democrats, and Kathy Hochul is the worst governor in America. New York is the most unaffordable state in the nation, with the highest taxes, the highest energy bills, the highest utility bills. We also have a crime crisis because Kathy Hochul has brought us failed bail reform and has embraced the defund the police Democrats. And after this week, Ainsley, when we saw a raging anti-Semite pro-Hamas communist who wants to raise taxes, and frankly, he barely won the majority of New York City voters, Kathy Hochul endorsed him and bent the knee. She has failed New Yorkers. So this is a broad coalition of Republicans, independents, and Democrats who know that enough is enough. We need common sense leadership to make New York affordable and safe again.
So one of the things you talk about is affordability, and you featured that in your announcement ad. Let's watch it. Okay, and here's Kathy Hochul's response to that.
Elise Stefanik is running for governor of New York to do what she's always done, put Trump first. Elise Stefanik she'll always put Donald Trump ahead of you.
So how are you gonna combat that?
My response is I always put New York families first. Kathy Hochul has put New York families last again and again and again. She's an accidental governor. She's only in this position because she was Cuomo's lieutenant governor. And when New Yorkers were looking for strong leadership from a governor, not to bend the knee to Zoran Mamdani, Kathy Hochul bent the knee. Why did she do that? Because she is hemorrhaging support, even in her own party among Democrats. This is a toxic governor who has a record of delivering the highest taxes in the nation, of hurting hardworking New Yorkers, of turning her back on law enforcement officers and small businesses. New York is in catastrophe because of Kathy Hochul's leadership. So I'm running to always put New York families first. That's what I've done in 10 years of Congress. And by the way, Kathy Hochul was fired after just one term in Congress because her constituents from Western New York know that she failed them, just like she is failing New Yorkers. And I will tell you, Lawrence, the number of Democrats who have reached out to us who are supporting us in this campaign, these are people that previously voted for Kathy Hochul. They are voting for Elise Stefanik, as well as Republicans and independents, because they want to save our state.
I saw a couple of flash polls and you're either leading or tied, so it's pretty amazing. But in particular, you looked at the city, just elect somebody who says, I'm a socialist, I don't like capitalism, and doesn't really seem too fond of America. How do you win over those people? What do you know about New York that's different from New York City?
Well, first of all, I think it's important, Brian. This was not a mandate, even though Mamdani is claiming such. He barely got over 50%. So that is really a historically low performance for someone who won the Democrat primary. That means nearly half of New York City voters, which is traditionally a Democrat city, voted against Mamdani because they know he is so radical. He's out of touch with hardworking families, with small businesses who are already crushed by the highest taxes in the nation. And when you broaden the scope across New York State, this is not the type of leadership that New Yorkers want in their governor. They want a strong governor to lower prices, to have energy independence, to lower the prices of utilities, lower the prices of groceries, not raise taxes. And within 24 hours of Kathy Hochul being heckled, tax the rich, she said she's open to raising taxes on top of the taxes she's already raised for New Yorkers. Just last night, Kathy Hochul was in Puerto Rico, heckled off the stage by people telling her to raise taxes. So she is beholden to this radical far left. What have I delivered? I have worked to deliver the largest middle class tax cut in history for New Yorkers. I delivered that working with my colleagues in Congress, and President Trump signed it into law.
Congresswoman, what's great about this for conservatives is if you look at New York City, they're obviously into socialism. Mamdani won. But you're running for the entire state. You represent the 21st congressional district. That's in upstate New York. That is a red area. So you have a really good shot of winning because it's not just about New York City. How do you plan, though, to combat the socialists who might be running against you? I know you'll probably run against Kathy Hochul, but if someone else comes in, Mamdani's transition committee, they raised more than $500,000 in less than 30 hours.
Well, certainly Kathy Hochul already has a primary on her hands with her hand-picked lieutenant governor that is running against her. We also saw that Mamdani refused to endorse her. So it's not just the radical left. We also had a newly elected Democrat assemblyman in my district, a moderate Democrat, who also refused to endorse Kathy Hochul. Compare that to our rollout of endorsements today. We've earned over 70% on day one of the Republican county chairs across our state, the full endorsement of our state Republican Party, as well as very strong support from the Conservative Party as well. I have a record of flipping a district. It was previously held by a Democrat. I've won every primary and general election, and we've overperformed, winning not just Republicans, but independents and a fair share of Democrats as well, because my record has been delivering results for families, for small businesses, for our veterans, for our farmers, which are so important to upstate New York. So we will win upstate New York. We are going to overperform any previous Republican in New York City because New York City voters know that Kathy Hochul has even failed them by turning over their city to this radical communist. And we're going to continue crisscrossing the state, whether it's on Long Island, Western New York, or the North Country. We are getting an outpouring of encouragement and support.
It's official. Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, long rumored, now confirmed, will be running for governor.
Will the Republicans in New York hold the line and prevent the state to going into communism? We won't know. We have to wait. please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the complete multivitamin. This multivitamin has the multivitamins that you need for proper enzymatic activity so your cells perform properly. And when your cells perform properly, your tissues perform properly, your organ system perform properly. Super important for slowing down the aging process. Please go to my store and get this very easy to digest multivitamin. Use discount 5 and you'll get $5 off any order. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can get. This soaks up free radicals, helps the health of your mitochondria so you have more energy, and ubiquinol protects your neurons. Super important to take, especially if you are 40 years of age or older. And digestive enzyme complex. This will help to reduce the load on your pancreas. As you get older, your pancreas doesn't function as properly, even if you're healthy. Digestive enzyme complex will break up carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. Drink it with filtered water. And what digestive enzyme complex will do is reduce that load on the pancreas, break up your food, allow you to digest and absorb that food with less stress on your digestive system. Digestive enzyme complex also has bromelain, which is an enzyme that's fibrinolytic that helps to break up clots. And digestive enzyme complex has the enzymes that you need to break up glycoproteins. It has the proteolytic enzymes to break up glycoproteins. That's super important during the fall and the winter season. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the digestive enzyme complex. And for the ones that were paying attention to me way back in the good old days of 2020, all right? 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, I kept on saying, get the digestive enzyme complex because it breaks up glycoproteins, all right? Super important. Take it during the fall and the winter season is also important. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
The UMich facilities. This is a rare earth mineral processing center here now in the United States. It starts production this week. I'm with the Treasury Secretary here. You know, you're fresh off the negotiations with China. Rare earth minerals was a big deal with this. We are seeing now the first processing plant in the United States here with EVAC. What message does this send?
President Trump got into office January 20th, immediately issued an executive order on rare earths. And here we are, it's November, and I have this to take back to the Oval, to President Trump. This is the first magnet made in the US, I believe, in 25 years. In 25 years. So rare earth magnet problem, we're on our way to solving the Chinese chokehold that they have. This fantastic facility here in Sumter, South Carolina. They started it 18 months ago. The state of South Carolina, Governor McMaster was fantastic. They said it took them 8 weeks to get permits. They couldn't believe how fast it was. And this is President Trump's all hands on deck for this national security emergency.
So is this ending the reliance, or could this end the reliance on China for processing of rare earth minerals?
This is a creation. This is what these rare earth magnets look like, and in different varieties, they're in every product. They're in your phone, they're in your car, they're in almost everything from wind turbines to computers. The military use is very important. They're in the fighter planes, they're in the precision equipment, they're in missiles, and we are going to become independent thanks to companies like EVAC. These folks stayed in business when everyone else went out of business. They were the only non-Chinese company. They have this incredible manufacturing facility. They sent workers from South Carolina over to Germany to train. And I've been talking to the workers, and they're so excited to be a part of this.
Well, I want to talk about jobs. There are 300 permanent jobs in this one, but we're not getting a jobs report today. So going forward,
when can we see some of these investments turn into real jobs that the president's been talking about?
Well, I think this is the perfect example, because when I was talking to the folks here, there are 800 construction jobs building this facility. They think that they can make it 6 to 10 times bigger. Over, they bought all the land around this. Where we're sitting used to be a soybean field in rural South Carolina, and so I think we're at the cusp of the liftoff in 2026, 2027. The President Trump was committed to bringing the manufacturing jobs back to America, and this is the start. And the good part about this is not only this high-paying jobs, this is part of national and economic security, Ed.
I want to talk about affordability. That's one of the things we heard out of this last election that happened last week. How are your policies going to help Americans afford their lifestyle?
Well, there are two pieces to affordability. There's the price, and then there's real wages. So what we saw under the Biden administration was, especially working Americans, real wages got decimated. The inflation rate was up 22%, but the average basket of goods and services that a working family bought was up in the 30s. So we have brought down inflation. Inflation came down in April for the first time in 4 years under President Trump. So the first thing to do was to bring.
VIX is at 21.57. That's bad. And S&P 500 is selling off, and it's at 6,656. Like I said, a resistance level of 600, a resistance level at 6,650. If it breaks, the next support level is going to be 6,550. I think that honestly that there's going to be a little bit more of a sell-off in the S&P 500. It may bottom out at about 6,500, but it's predicated on what is going to happen with the tariff case in the Supreme Court, and also what is going on with the shutdown. If the shutdown hurts the holiday season, we're going to see further sell-off in the S&P 500. This is not good. There's some acceleration that's taking place here. Now, it is at the end of the week. It may set it up for individuals to buy the dip next week, but this shutdown issue needs to be settled.
Down the rate of change, we're going to continue to bring it down. Energy prices are down. You might have seen yesterday, Walmart came out and said that the Thanksgiving meal's 25% less. But the other side, and it's why we're here today, is real wage increases, because there were not real wage increases under the Biden administration, because so many of the jobs are government jobs. And it's jobs like in great factories like this, where a lot of these workers have been laid off. A Caterpillar factory had closed, and now these are precision manufacturing jobs. This is exactly the kind of facility that the President Trump's trade policies wanted to create. So I think we've already seen workers get real wage increases, but I think that's going to accelerate like it did in President Trump's first term.
Coach, you said just got best, and I appreciate it. Thank you. We will have more on this interview later.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the omega-3. This is dual purpose. It'll help with your cardiovascular health, but also your immune system. It brings down systemic inflammation. But the primary reason why you should be taking omega-3 is to help with your cardiovascular health. And by doing that, you'll have better blood flow to your brain. Now, omega-3 will bring down inflammation and help to control your lipid profile. Helps to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. When you have less LDL, that means that you will have less oxidized LDL, which means less plaque formation. Super important to take every day. And vitamin B complex. If you're 40 years of age or older, you need this. Absolutely need this. Why? The first 4 B vitamins will help to boost up the health of your mitochondria through the electron transport chain and boost up those energy levels. Vitamin B complex revs up your metabolism, your cellular metabolism, so your cells perform better. And guess what? When you get older, your cells don't perform as well. This will help that. Now, vitamin B complex will also help to protect your neurons. When you get older, your neurons start to fail. You don't want that. Make sure you get the vitamin B complex. All right, let's go to Victor Davis Hanson. Trump isn't weaponizing the law. He's ending the Biden double standard.
Donald Trump had promised not to have a so-called revenge tour and use the law in a weaponized fashion against his political enemies. I think it's time to pause. First, there's a question of magnitude. Donald Trump was indicted 91 times in 4 different jurisdictions. Those were coordinated. So far, we've only seen 3 key people indicted: John Bolton, James Comey, Letitia James. In addition to that, we're not even talking about the SWAT raid on Donald Trump's home or the effort to get 25 states to deballot him. I haven't seen Donald Trump saying to red state governors, we got to get Newsom off the ballot. He's dangerous. That hasn't happened. We got to keep some fair sense of magnitude. Indicting 3 people doesn't compare to what they did.
America is going through a higher education transformation where students are realizing that what they want and need is a place that doesn't stifle their intellectual freedom. Standing out among the few graduate programs that value viewpoint diversity is Pepperdine University School of Public Policy, where I've taught the last 2 years. Their Masters of Public Policy, James, and people are all Signal. Hello, this is Victor Davis Hanson for the Daily Signal. There's been a lot of recent controversy over the indictments of John Bolton, James Comey, and now Letitia James. And people are arguing that Donald Trump had promised not to have a so-called revenge tour and use the law in a weaponized fashion against his political enemy.
I'm actually going to see Letitia, it's not Letitia, Letitia James soon. Stay tuned. She's speaking in New York City.
Given what they did to him, and now he's doing it. And I think it's time to pause. First, there's a question of magnitude. Donald Trump was indicted 91 times in 4 different jurisdictions: local, county, federal. Those were coordinated. Fannie Willis's main prosecutor, Nathan Wade, met with the White House counsel just 3 days after Donald Trump announced his 2020 November 15th re-election bid. That same day, Jack Smith was appointed by Merrick Garland, the Biden DOJ Attorney General, to be special counsel to go after Donald Trump at the federal level. That same day, Michael Cole Angelo, who had come from the Letitia James state prosecution of Donald Trump, resigned his blue chip job, number 3 in the DOJ, to go to work for whom? Alvin Bragg. So that was 91 indictments. So far, we've only seen 3 key people indicted. In addition to that, we're not even talking about the SWAT raid on Donald Trump's home or the effort to get 25 states to deballot him. I haven't seen Donald Trump saying to red state governors, we've got to get Newsom off the ballot. He's dangerous. Or we've got to make sure Kamala Harris is not on that ballot. Or, that we've found some evidence about old Joe Biden. Let's raid his home. That hasn't happened. So we got to keep some fair sense of magnitude. Indicting 3 people doesn't compare to what they did. Then there's the question of high-profile people. Do prosecutors tend to select high-profile people more than the average Joe? I know that seems counterintuitive. We always think wealthy people have privilege, but sometimes prosecutors think if I take this person down or I target them, then it will send a message to encourage the others. Look at Patrick Fitzgerald. Why did he go after Scooter Libby? Remember that case? He said Scooter Libby had unlawfully disclosed the secret status of Valerie Plum, the CIA operative. But he knew at the time that Colin Powell, his own deputy, Colin Powell's own deputy, Richard Armitage, had first done that. But he wanted to go after Scooter Libby to point out that I can take down anybody. Was it wrong? Yes. But that's what prosecutors do. I'm not trying to excuse it. Why did James Comey, remember when he was in the DOJ? He went after Martha Stewart, put her in jail. I mean, for insider stock trading, but it was kind of a minor, it was very minor compared to what the Pelosi's have done. But he wanted to take down Martha Stewart. Donald Trump's not doing that, but what they're doing is they're saying if a national security advisor like John Bolton transmitted classified files and was exhibiting, then anybody can do it. If Letitia James is the Attorney General of New York and she lies about her mortgage circumstances or her tax circumstances or her primary residence, then anybody can do it. So it's logical you go after people both wrongly and rightly. But more importantly, which is the real sin? Under the Biden administration, they knew that John Bolton had transmitted. They had information from a foreign intelligence source had interrupted or intercepted his own communication, and he was transmitting allegedly classified materials to his wife and daughter. They didn't do anything. They didn't do anything because he was useful. He was writing a biography that would embarrass Trump during the Biden-Trump election. Which is the greater sin, to let felonious behavior go unaudited, unaddressed, or to address it? Maybe you can say it's selective, but unless a jury will find that out. At least you're not being giving exemptions and amnesty to people who have helped you. Why did they not prosecute John Brennan and Andrew McCabe and James Clapper? They all three had one thing in common. They all lied either to federal investigators or under oath to Congress. Why didn't the Biden team go after them? Because they were all useful to them. Clapper and Brennan were on MSNBC and CNN and night after night attacking Trump. Andrew McCabe was on occasion. So they felt we're going to excuse their sins, their illegalities, allegedly, because they're useful. So Trump comes in and the DOJ under Mamdani says they all have criminal exposure and I'm going to enforce the law. You can call it selective, but I would rather see somebody enforce the law than give an exemption for political purposes. But we don't talk about that. There is a lawfare, and the lawfare is not just prosecuting people in a political fashion, but more importantly, not prosecuting them, giving them exemptions. There's another consideration. Whether we like it or not, almost all of these high-profile cases occur in the East Coast corridor from the financial capital of New York to the nation's political capital in Washington, D.C. As we saw with the E. Jean Carroll case and Judge Kaplan, as we saw with the Letitia James case and Judge Ingram, as we saw with the Alvin Bragg case and Judge Merchan, and as we saw with the Fannie Willis case and the Georgia judge. That was an exception, but the judiciary is more or less to the left, and especially juries and judges in Washington, D.C. and in New York. And the chances are that most of these cases, if they come to trial, and remember, these are not—
Lower court judges have a lot of power, and you have to spend money to appeal their decision, even though you know 100% that they read the law wrong, and you have to fight it. You have to spend all this money, do the appeal, and eventually it will go through the appeal process. And normally you are able to win, right? But you have to spend money. And they know this. So this is how The lower courts can push their liberalism. They push their ultra liberal agenda, don't read the law correctly, and it has to be overturned by an appeals court. But you got to spend money to do that, and it eats up time.
The prosecution does not hinge on what Pam Bondi says. It's what a grand jury of one's peers decide. John Bolton, for example, was indicted by a grand jury. So was James Comey. And these are in blue jurisdictions, all down the East Coast, these jurisdictions. So in conclusion, it's going to be much more difficult for the Trump Department of Justice under Attorney General Pam Bondi to find a Clapper or a Brennan or a Bolton guilty in a blue jurisdiction where you're going to have juries that are, for the most part, decidedly anti-Trump. Much more difficult. So they're going to have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt to a far greater degree than was true of Donald Trump. Donald Trump came in as a conservative, and in an era of rampant Trump hatred and Trump derangement syndrome, and he had to face predominantly left-wing grand juries, left-wing juries, and left-wing judges. So if Donald Trump is accused of waging lawfare, there's going to be a natural check on that, and that check is that he is going into hostile territory. I'm personifying it, but his attorney general will be going into areas that are not sympathetic to the prosecution, but will be sympathetic to the opponents of Donald Trump. Thank you very much. Victor Davis Hanson for the Daily Signal.
Thank you for tuning in to the Daily Signal. Please like, share, and subscribe to be notified for more content like this. You can also check out my own website at victorhanson.com and subscribe for exclusive features in addition.
Businesses everywhere are turning to Gusto for payroll, benefits, and more. Save time. Save money. It's no wonder Gusto was named Tech Republic's best payroll software. Get started for free at gusto.com.
Sentimental value is.
All right, we're going to go to France 24 talking about Indian officials tight-lipped after Mamdani's New York win. Why is that? Before we do, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the resveratrol. Resveratrol is something I've been taking for decades. It slows down the aging process. It stacks well with C60, ubiquinol, NAD+, even clarity factor. Resveratrol will soak up free radicals, help the health of your mitochondria. You'll have more energy. Resveratrol also helps with youthful gene expression and gets rid of cells that are in senescence. Super important to take, especially for your basal layer for your skin. So please go to my store, take the resveratrol every day, drink it with filtered water. It will slow down the aging process.
Welcome to Access Asia, and the long distance are coming up. Zoran Mamdani makes history as the first person of South Asian descent poised to become mayor of New York. His victory celebrated by Indians online, but officials in New Delhi remain tight-lipped. And Indian engineering students feel the pressure as updated H-1B visa rules kick in for new applicants, some now looking for opportunities to study in other parts of the world. Zoran Mamdani is poised to become New York's first mayor of South Asian descent. The 34-year-old will take over Gracie Mansion in January. During his victory party, Mamdani paid tribute to his Indian roots, referencing India's first prime minister in a speech, and even a Bollywood banger was heard. It's no surprise, given he fully embraced his immigrant background during the campaign. Olivia Salazar-Wanspear reports.
A new dawn for New Yorkers, ushered in with words that recall the newly independent India of his ancestors.
Standing before you, I think of the words of Jawaharlal Nehru. A moment comes but rarely in history, when we step out from the old to the new, when an age ends and when the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance.
A break from the past, more than 7 decades after Nehru evoked the same idea as the first Prime Minister of India. In his 1947 Tryst with Destiny speech, he spoke of his ambition to free the common man and end poverty. Tackling socio-economic inequality has also been a feature of Mamdani's campaign, pushing for a more affordable city for its residents. And in a multi-ethnic, multi-religious society like India, Nehru was a staunch defender.
This is comparison this is just erroneous comparison. You can't do this. How can you make a comparison between what was going on in India and what's going on in modern day America? There literally is poverty in India. There are people starving to death. You ever wonder why Indians have so many cases of diabetes? Because for generations they didn't have adequate nutrition. So when they move to an area where they have adequate nutrition, their body is conditioned to absorb those nutrients and store them because their body thinks that there's going to be a famine later. You can't even compare what is going on or what's going on currently in India, but also way back then to now. It's night and day difference. What we call poverty in the United States is actually living like a king in other countries, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. So, this comparison is totally wrong. In addition, India was pushing for independence from England. What Mamdani's trying to do is destroy our Constitution. Totally different. Totally. There is no comparison that is logical to say what's going on in New York compared to what was going on during this era in India. We're talking in the 1940s, 1930s, 1920s. We're talking about Mahatma Gandhi era. No comparison whatsoever. Before the computer age, before the genomic age, how can you make a comparison like this? It's so dumb. It's so dumb. What you really need to do is go, Mamdani, what do you stand for in terms of constitutional freedom? Why do you deviate from the Enlightenment? Why do you not learn the lessons of Plato in the Republic? Why are you proving that Nietzsche was right about slave morality versus master morality?
Secularity, standing against religious discrimination, a position echoed by Mamdani, who's underlined that pluralism is something to be celebrated and has resolved to tackle Islamophobia and anti-Semitism.
I look forward to being a mayor for every single person that calls this city home. Not just those who voted for me in the Democratic primary, not just those that vote for me in this general.
I didn't vote for him. I voted for Cuomo, even though I don't like Cuomo. Because Sliwa was never going to win. I'm a Republican, all right? But I had to vote for Cuomo to try to prevent Mamdani from winning. He won. Is he my mayor? Yes. But does he represent anything in terms of what I believe in? Does he represent in strong constitutional freedom? Does he represent the ideals of the Enlightenment? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. He probably doesn't even know what the Enlightenment is.
But all 8.5 million New Yorkers. And that includes Jewish New Yorkers who may have concerns or opposition to the positions that I've shared about Israel and Palestine. The issue.
Zohran Mamdani's parents were both born in India, his mother an award-winning filmmaker, his father an academic. He's reached out to the diaspora in New York.
So let's think about that.
Embracing...
Filmmakers are usually liberal. They don't want to rock the boat so they can get their films made. Academics, they get they get their their academic stipend, right? They're not really workers. I mean, come on, let's get real. Let's get real. And that's the reason why most of them are liberal. Because they don't really understand. All they think is, well, they'll do some research, or they'll do their lectures, they'll pontificate about liberal policies, see how great Marxism is, and then they get their check. But they don't really understand that check, part of it came from philanthropy, and those individuals had to have businesses to be able to earn enough money to be able to donate to the university, on top of state or federal money coming in for grants. And that came from taxes of hard-earning workers. See, there is nothing free. But when you live in a little bubble, and you don't go to the secondary, the tertiary level of where the money's flowing, you don't fully understand capitalism. That's the problem. His parents are coming from the mindset that, well, liberals are great. Don't trust this guy. This guy is a person that cannot be trusted. Hopefully we can get him out in 4 years.
Bollywood aesthetic, speaking Hindi in campaign videos.
तुमने कभी किसी को वोट किया? कभी किसी को रैंक किया? देखो, यहाँ न्यूयॉर्क सिटी में हम रैंक चॉइस वोटिंग.
And wrapping up his victory speech with a mic drop scored to a Bollywood banger, Doom Machale.
Maybe this is the reason why he doesn't understand the Enlightenment. Oh, don't forget, our failed H-1B visa policy for decades has built up India and circumvented American citizen engineers. With technology transfer, you can hire 4 engineers, Indian engineers, to 1 American engineer. This is what we get in the end. A Marxist running the heartbeat of America, New York City, the capitalist city of the world. Don't you think that New York's going to turn into the shithole of London now? Most likely. Most likely.
To talk more about the meaning of Mamdani's win, we can bring in Dr. Edward Anderson, Assistant Professor at Northumbria University and Senior Fellow at SOAS.
All right, so, some professor. Let's see if the professor says anything about the Enlightenment, anything about Plato or Socrates, anything about Nietzsche, anything about our constitutional foundation is based on life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and the protection of our property. Let's see if the professor says anything.
Focuses on the Indian diaspora and transnational politics. Thank you so much for joining us on the program. Zohar Mamdani's win was celebrated by Indians online, but officials over in New Delhi have been remarkably tight-lipped. Why do you think that is?
Yes, well, I mean, on certain levels, it might seem surprising that his rise to power hasn't been more warmly welcomed. I mean, there was quite a lot of excitement when Rishi Sunak became Prime Minister in the UK in 2022. Also when Kamala Harris became Vice President a couple of years earlier. These people were congratulated by Modi and by many others in India. The kind of lack of enthusiasm perhaps is quite visible, but it's quite quite easy to understand when you see the sorts of positions that he's taken on Indian domestic matters over recent years and you know, recent months and weeks. You know, he's been vocally critical of aspects of the current Indian government, of Modi himself, of what he has framed as human rights abuses and various issues with Islamophobic policies as he frames them. And so there are certain areas in which, you know, a lot of people in India have deemed him to be sort of overly critical, meddling in matters.
So Modi is trying to prevent the Islamic takeover of India, trying to push back the caliphate. Remember, you know, Pakistan and India have a problem, right? So, wait a minute here. So is this really about Islamic takeover? Is New York going to turn into Hamtramck in Dearborn, Michigan? Probably.
Be sovereign to India and so on.
Mamdani did need to reach out to the Indian diaspora while campaigning in New York. At one stop in a temple, he spoke about the vision of India he grew up with. Take a listen to what he had to say.
So I've been critical of Mr. Modi. And I've been critical of Mr. Modi because of the vision that I grew up with was of an India that was pluralistic, an India where everyone belonged, no matter their origin. And my critique has been Mr. Modi and the BJP political party for their vision of an India that only has room for certain kinds of Indians.
So, Edward, what is different about the India of today?
Well, I mean, I suppose if you were to ask Mamdani, he would say that the kind of pluralistic, more secular vision that Nehru, Jawaharlal Nehru, India's first prime minister, you know, espoused, has kind of is disappearing in many ways, and there's a sense that India is run now by a party which, you know, sees itself as a Hindu nationalist party, or at least is interpreted as a Hindu nationalist party, and a range of different sort of policies and approaches have been adopted in recent years, which have led to what people refer to as India being more saffronized, as becoming more of a Hindu state than the kind of secular plural state that it might have been under Nehru. Obviously, you know, Jawaharlal Nehru was quoted in that victory speech of Mamdani, so there's clearly a kind of divergent sort of form of politics going on there. They have different visions.
Muslims that are extreme, even though they may seem secular, will use a Trojan horse to get into the society and to deconstruct it. And what will happen is that the average secularist or orthodoxy of different religions, Christianity, Judaism, maybe even Buddhists, I don't know. But let's just say orthodoxy of other religions that are antithetical to Islam will move out. And they take over the city. And they want people to leave. They want the exodus to happen. But it's always under this idea of secularism. That's the entry. It's almost like a virus, right? A virus has to attach to a receptor. Well, that receptor that is being attached to in society is secularism. The secularism's receptor. And the virus is this caliphate, this desire to infect the system.
But what they believe India ought to be.
Mamdani hasn't anglicized himself in any way. He was eating biryani with his hands, putting out campaign videos in Hindi, even Bengali. Do you think he was able to do all of this because it is New York, and New York, like London, is very, very diverse?
I think to a large extent, yeah. I mean, he's clearly someone that is very much unapologetic of his cultural heritage, his mixed heritage as well, because he also identifies with, Uganda, which is a place where he was brought up, and he, has definitely resonated with that very, very diverse population in New York. He talks of it as an immigrant city in ways, that he contrasts clearly to the sort of anti-immigrant politics of Donald Trump. And that has resonated with a lot of people.
Zoran Mamdani's father is a professor. His mother is a well-known director. Did coming from this privileged background help him go through different worlds, whether it was talking to business leaders and cab drivers in the same day?
Yes, I think certainly, he seems to be a very adept politician. He's very young. He's seen as a sort of breath of fresh air. He's quite different to a lot of the sort of establishment of the Democratic Party. And yeah, he has been able to reach out to quite a wide range of New Yorkers, whether they are, recent immigrants, taxi drivers and others, or whether they are, other sections of society that are fed up with the political status quo.
Very briefly, do you think his victory will serve as an eye-opener to politicians of Indian descent around the world, that they don't necessarily need to be so viciously anti-immigrant to be palatable to the mainstream?
It's an interesting question. I mean, certainly what we have seen in recent years in the US and in the UK are quite a lot of politicians of Indian descent who have been drawn to right-wing parties and then have been involved in all sorts of anti-immigrant rhetoric. I mean, in the UK, we've had Priti Patel, who herself, shares similar Ugandan Asian heritage to Zoran Mamdani, and she presided over a very, anti-immigrant policies. What's very clear from this win, though, is that the Indian diaspora is not monolithic. It's very diverse. There are rich traditions of socialist and feminist and Ambedkarite and all sorts of radical and progressive politics in the South Asian diaspora, as there are also, examples of politicians of South Asian descent on the right who have supported both, Hindu nationalist politics in India, but also conservative and anti-immigrant politics in the United States, in Britain and other places. So clearly, there is a very diverse range of politics and identities there.
Dr. Edward Anderson, thank you for joining us on the program.
Thank you.
Now, for over 3 decades, the H-1B visa program has allowed skilled foreign workers to work in the United States, and it's been a lifeline for Indian professionals.
Yeah, a lifeline for Indian professionals, and destroyed American citizen jobs. Because the corporation that sponsored them wanted to hire someone for less of a wage, even though they're not supposed to do that. I saw it happen continuously in automotive to bring down costs. Let's continue.
Those in tech. H-1Bs have also been a pathway for Indian students, the largest international group in the United States, to enter.
If India is so great, why the hell do they need to come to America? Oh, it's because India isn't so great.
Trump's decision to raise the fee to $100,000 for new applicants has hit engineering students the hardest.
Yeah, it should. It should. We should be hiring every single engineering student that we have. But there are engineering students that aren't getting jobs right now. So why should an American citizen engineer coming out of school now not get hired because there's an H-1B visa holder that's taking the job. That's just not right. That's just purely not right. Until every single American engineer is hired, there should be 0 engineering H-1B visa holders. 0. And why is the magic number 100,000? Because what that does is it moves the needle up for the duration of their visa, where they cost more than an American.
And file this report.
Oh, fine.
As Vauxhall University in Hyderabad, South India welcomes its newest AI students, Trump's $100,000 H-1B visa fee hits their US aspirations.
It's a big disappointment because already now PI dreamed
You're so smart. If you're so smart, you shouldn't have to come to the United States. You should build your own fucking country.
I obviously worry about these taking student loan, education loan. It's too expensive. Visa is also expensive, and even if we apply for visa can also get cancelled.
Oh, so it's they have to worry about their costs. Well, what about the American engineer that had to borrow money to get educated at a good school? Maybe even had to work during the summer or whatever. They have debt too. American engineers have debt. Why should we give the Indians the opportunity for prosperity in the United States when we're not giving that same opportunity to the youth that are coming out of college that are American citizens? And oh, by the way, our tax-paying dollars at the state schools and at the elite schools like Harvard are being used, and they're not supporting their own citizens. Their own citizens of the United States. Why? Why? It's crazy. It's crazy. When you ask someone that is young and that they're not getting a job and they're from the and they're a citizen, but then you are looking at an H-1B visa holder that took their job, do you think that's right? No, of course not. Because what it does is it erodes the social contract for its citizens between the government and the school, the older generations and the younger generations. That social contract erodes. Well, maybe these H-1B visa holders will create new jobs. Maybe, but the far majority don't. The far majority don't. They use it as a ticket to try to be an American citizen because they know that their land that they come from is a shithole.
Foreign workers taking over 70% of the 400,000 visas issued in 2023.
Indian origin Americans are among the highest earning immigrant groups in the US, according to estimates, with some of the world's top IT giants like Google, Microsoft, and IBM being headed by Indian.
This is sampling bias. Sampling bias. An American engineer isn't any worse or any better than an Indian engineer in all disciplines, whatever it is, chemical engineering, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, it doesn't matter. Because it's the same education. What the Indians are willing to do is that they reduce their costs. All right, they're willing to lower the cost to work in the United States. So you have this. So let's say an engineer is coming in at, I'm just rounding these numbers. Now, obviously an entry-level engineer isn't coming in usually at this level, but let's just work, just for argument's sake here. Let's say a job goes for 100,000. All right, if it's typically a domestic new grad. All right, it's usually lower than that, but let's just say 100,000. The Indian may be coming in at 75 with the H-1B visa. And the H-1B visa is 2 years, it could be re-upped, whatever the deal is. But the thing is that they make it $100,000. And so what it does is it forces the company to recalculate, well, they're gonna give the 75 to the Indian, but they have to pay 100. The Indian's gonna stay for 2 years. So they paid 150,000 total. All right, plus the 100. So that's 250,000 for this one Indian engineer for 2 years, versus paying 200,000 for 2 years for an American born or American naturalized, an American citizen. Let's just say it that way, an American citizen. This is the reason. This is the genius of making it 100,000, because what it does is it makes these companies that hire armies of H-1B visa holders from India, and they play the labor arbitrage. Now, a lot of times what happens is that they will get, they somehow, because of family members, what they do is they buy a house, all right? Let's say they have a family member that's in the United States, all right, working at a company. So they pull together their money, they buy a house in suburbia. There's 10 people living there. It's the grandmother, the grandfather, the 4 kids, the husband and wife, all right? There's 10 people living in a 4-bedroom house. And so what they've done is they pulled their money together to be able to sustain the H-1B visa holder. That doesn't happen all the time, but many a case. They don't deserve to be here if American engineers aren't being hired in, period. Because it erodes the social contract.
CEOs, but the recent policy changes in the US is proving to be a major deterrent for Indians pursuing a career in the US. As uncertainty.
Why should they be pursuing a career in the United States? Why can't they build their own fucking country? Why? The technology transfer has already happened. They gutted our intellectual property for the last 25 years. Why? Why can't they build their own country? Why can't they work in their own country? Oh, America is set up because of the Enlightenment, because of our constitutional freedoms, because of our property rights, to be a more prosperous nation.
The US grows, many students are turning to other countries for higher studies.
I had a dream of American dream to study my master's in America.
Yeah, everybody has it's a dream. Oh, my dream is to leave India and to come to the United States and study and get an H-1B visa and then marry an American chick. Why isn't your dream to build your own fucking country?
Lead that amazing life. Right now, I'm planning to Netherlands, where Netherlands is like good for PR opportunities, and we have world-class ranking universities.
So if they have world-ranking universities, why do you need to come to the United States? If Hinduism is so great and so productive for a society, why don't you just stay in India? We don't need paganism. And Hinduism is paganism.
Tikkun dream remains irresistible. At this temple, devotees gather with a special wish, a successful US visa. Suresh believes his first 2 US visas were granted thanks to his visit to the temple.
This is my 3rd visit here for a visa application. In 2007, when I came for my F1 student visa, I didn't really believe in it, but decided to give it a try, and my visa was granted smoothly and without delay. This time, I'm applying for a B1, B2 visa, meant for business or tourism.
Restricting US immigration rules could drive talent back home, but experts believe India must build a stronger high-tech ecosystem to turn it into an advantage.
that's it for this edition of Access Asia. From all of us on the team, thank you very much for watching.
The bottom line is this. The bottom line is this. Companies like Microsoft, Google, even Oracle, these big tech companies, they use the H-1B visa program to lower costs and not hire American engineers. So even if you had a Indian CEO, he literally was enslaving his own people for the betterment of his stock options. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the heirloom barley. This will bring down inflammation, soak up free radicals, and also detoxify your body. By doing that, you're going to boost up your immune system, help with your endocrine system, even help with your brain function, because by bringing down inflammation at the cerebral level, you're maintaining the myelin sheath of your neurons. You're maintaining the health of your neuron. Super important. If you have chronic inflammation at the brain level, your neurons will die. So you need to bring down that inflammation. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Boost up your immune system by detoxifying your body and bringing down inflammation. Take the heirloom barley. This is a month's supply. Take it every day. And vitamin D. Vitamin D3 is super important. Why? Because it's a cofactor for gene expression. And when you do that, your cells will be performing better because it's coding for certain types of proteins that your body needs. Now, vitamin D3 also is super important to absorb calcium. When you do resistance training, you're building bone density. Vitamin D3 also helps to improve your cardiovascular health by reducing plaque buildup and calcium buildup around plaque. Vitamin D3 also will help to get rid of cells that are infected. So it helps to get the cell to go into apoptosis, because a lot of infected cells, the apoptosis pathway is circumvented. Well, they take vitamin D3 and it mitigates that and allows for the cells to die off. That's the reason why you need to take vitamin D3 during the fall and the winter season. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the vitamin D3. Take the heirloom barley. Save some money and use discount 5.
Government out. Let's pay our controllers and reduce the pressure. That's not happening. The Senate actually is going home this weekend. As many people here can't get home, the Senate goes home. They should be here every day, every weekend, every week, trying to find a deal so we can open the government back up. I'm getting sniped at by some Democrats. I don't like it. I didn't put us in this situation. They did. And to those passengers that are upset, listen, call your Democrat senator. 14 times they voted no to open up the government.
That's Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy speaking from Reagan National Airport just moments ago as flight cancellations ramp up on day 38 of the shutdown. So now it gets very real. And it comes as Senate Republicans are expected to hold a test vote on a new plan to reopen the government. So with that, let's bring in Senate Majority Leader John Thune. So good to have you here. A headline in Axios this morning said that emboldened Dems push to prolong the shutdown. And here is Chris Murphy to punch bowl as well. Wow.
I think there will be some pretty substantial damage done to a Democratic brand that has been rehabilitated if on the heels of an election in which the people told us to keep fighting, we immediately stop fighting. If we surrender without having gotten anything, and we cause a lot of folks in this country who had started to believe in the Democratic Party to retreat again, I worry that it will be hard to sort of get them back up off the mat in time for next fall's election cycle.
Well, point.
A trusted strategic partner already by your side. Imagine that. We can.
Well,
points for honesty, I guess. But one of the things I'm wondering, Senator, are we farther away from trying to get this settled today on Friday than we were on Monday?
Dana, the Democrats just have to take yes for an answer. We've given them everything essentially that they were asking for, the reasonable Democrats, not the crazy ones like what you just heard. But they literally yesterday at their Democratic caucus meeting in the Senate had a pep rally. I mean, they are celebrating this. It's insane. And what's happening is the far left, which is the tail wagging the dog, is bullying the reasonable Democrats out of coming to the table. We have a proposal that they have been reviewing and looking at now for several days, mostly with things that they asked for, including a normal appropriations process. We open up the government. They get a vote on their Obamacare fix. They want to sit down, meet with the president on a path forward. He's more than willing to do that. Other things are in play, but they can't take yes for an answer for fear. I mean, these people are scared spitless of their base, and that's what's happening. Yesterday was a bullying session. The far left in the Democrat caucus bullied the reasonable ones out of coming to the table and settling this. I'm still hoping that these people are going to come to the table, and we'll find out soon enough.
How do you plan to do that? I think that's what's interesting is that Democrats following the elections on Tuesday, as Chris Murphy was just explaining there, again, they feel emboldened, they want to dig in their heels. Do you need President Trump to weigh in more here, and how would you like him to do that?
Well, President Trump is more than willing to weigh in and to talk to Democrats about path forward on how to fix the unaffordability and unsustainability problems of Obamacare, a problem the Democrats created. The president's more than willing to help them fix that, but not while the government is being held hostage. All the president's saying is, open up the government, then let's sit down and talk on a path forward. That's been offered up. I mean, I don't know how you can be more reasonable. This is really a handful of Democrats who, it's all we need is 5 to come forward. But they, again, are being bullied by their leadership, by the far left in this country. And as a consequence of that, you've got troops, men and women in uniform, who are going without pay. You got women and children who are going to be going without WIC and food stamps. You've got people who are working.
S&P 500 now at 6,637, and VIX is above 21. I think it's close to 22. I just missed it. Now 6,637. This thing, the next support level is 6,550. All right. So we're going to have a resistance level of 6,700, support level of 6,550. Brought to you by the unknowing resolution on tariffs, and the shutdown continues, and most likely will be during the holiday season.
Airlines and airports, as you heard Secretary Duffy say earlier, and flight delays and everything that goes with that. The pain is multiplying for the American people, and the Democrats.
Our government is run by a bunch of stupid idiots. Stupid idiots. On the Republican and the Democratic side. Stupid idiots. And the sad thing is these senators and these representatives, especially the senators, they want the market to go down so they can buy in. They can buy in. And then right when they say the government is open, boom, they get a fast appreciation and a higher yield on their stock.
We're celebrating it.
They're gaming the system.
And I just don't know how you defend that to the American people who are the ones that are suffering.
God, I hate this guy.
I don't know if this is the case, but I understand that one of the possibilities is to get the government funded until January. But if we have the same problem in January, what's going to change on Obamacare? Because those subsidies are not going to get any less expensive.
Right, but I mean, I think if we will have a normal appropriations pass most of the bills. That's what we've got right now, and we got a 3-bill package that's passed the Senate already. We want to attach the CR to that now. Get those 3 bills signed into law by the president, and get to work on the rest of the appropriations process. That's something the Democrats have said in the past that they want to do, but now, I mean, they're running for cover. I mean, these people are afraid, they are scared. And that's the challenge we have right now in dealing with the Democrats. But I still think there are a handful of the reasonable ones who is we wear into the weekend here. By the way, we're gonna give them a chance to vote later today on paying people who are working. But if they don't at some point come to the table and open up the government, the American people are gonna continue to suffer. And I don't know how.
Could this go into Thanksgiving?
No, I don't believe so. If it does, it's gonna be up to them. But honestly, I think like I said, there's a path forward here. All they have to do is take yes for an answer. We've offered them a solution. The president's willing to meet with them. I'm willing to give them the vote. All the things that they said they wanted. This has now become a function of, this is Trump derangement syndrome. Nothing more, nothing less, nothing else. And these folks in their caucus right now, they don't care what the issue is. If President Trump is involved with it, they just want to fight.
Last question, after the races that were won in Georgia on Tuesday, the other part of your job is making sure that you keep the Senate majority. Looking at that and knowing that, a year goes by pretty quickly, are you concerned that the Democrat, John Ossoff, could win again in Georgia? And then if you have Roy Cooper, the governor of North Carolina, running as a centrist, like Abigail Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill, do those races become more expensive or harder for you to win?
I think they're going to be hard and expensive. I think this is a country that's very divided. You won't have in a midterm election President Trump on the ballot. He is the person that brings a lot of our voters to the polls, which means we're going to have to double down and work really, really hard on getting the vote out. But Dana, I don't think you can read too much into this. I mean, I've been around here long enough. I've been through off-year elections, midterm elections, presidential elections, and things change in a hurry. But what I can tell you right now is we need to get the government opened up for the American people. And they're the ones who are hurting from all this. And ultimately, the Dems may think they're winning in the short term, but this is going to cost them in the long term, because it's very clear right now. I mean, they're owning it. They're taking credit for it. They're out there bragging about this. You've seen some of these Democrat senators and House members out there on a daily basis, basically saying we're going to double down, and I just think this is it's an unsustainable position for them. And they may think they're winning in the near term, but believe me, the American people are going to have an opportunity next year to weigh the differences in the direction of this country and where the president and the Republican majorities here in the Congress are taking us. It's going to be a stronger economy, a safer country, a more secure country, and a country where working people have opportunities to advance and get better paying jobs.
Senator Thune, thank you. We'll touch base with you next week.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Chilney.
The market is probably going to continue to sell off until the shutdown ends. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the drops and the lozenges, especially for the fall and winter season. You can get it in honey and lemon, cherry flavor, and also blueberry. Very high quality drops. I also have lozenges. Elderberry zinc. Get the lozenges and the drops. Get a few bakes for your household. Make sure you're prepared for the fall and winter season. The moment you have a throat irritation or someone around you is not feeling well, start taking these, all right? Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I don't want you to be a crazy liberal. All right, we're going to listen to The Hill. Cruz blasts Tucker for defending Mamdani, and let's listen in here.
Former Fox News host Tucker Carlson offering a defense of New York City's mayor-elect, Zoran Mamdani.
Throughout his campaign for mayor, Mamdani was accused by some of holding anti-Semitic views, something which he and his supporters vigorously denied. Now, Carlson argues that those claims are wrong, writing in his newsletter. Is the incoming mayor a fan of Israel? Does he want America to fight its wars? Not particularly. But a Jew hater? That's a different conversation. We've never seen anything to suggest he falls into that ugly camp, because he doesn't.
However, despite defending him from the claims of anti-Semitism, Carlson is still far from being a supporter of Mamdani. He said he fears for the future of New York City after Mamdani's win, saying, quote, cities are incredibly complex organisms, take centuries to build, but can be destroyed very, very quickly.
But conservatives who are more supportive of Israel still blasted Carlson for his newsletter. Senator Ted Cruz writes on X, now Comrade Tucker is defending Comrade Mamdani. I guess they share mutual enemies. And conservative YouTuber Vince Dowell.
Spreadsheet killed my sales. Wait, just type Piper.
Discover Pipeline sales CRM.
And conservative YouTuber Vince Dow says Tucker's immigration monologues in 2018 literally inspired me to publicly do politics. He was vital to my ideological evolution. I know he was to Charlie Kirk, too. To see him now embrace the enemy like this is just sad. The Tucker of 4 years ago would have rightly shamed the self-admitted foreign invader for taking power in the United States. What happened?
But there are others who backed up Carlson's comments. Journalist Isaac Saul, who is himself Jewish, writes on X, there is really very little evidence Mamdani is an anti-Semite. He has the support of several prominent Jewish leaders who know him well. He has campaign staff for Jewish polls, and I've personally not heard him utter a single anti-Semitic word. This all comes in the wake of Carlson's controversial interview with far-right influencer and anti-Semite Nick Fuentes. That interview led to an uproar in conservative circles online, with some arguing that Fuentes should not be platformed because of the comments he's made against Jewish people.
The president of the Heritage Foundation, Kevin Roberts, initially defended Carlson's interview, but backtracked on those comments earlier this week in a lengthy apology to his Heritage Foundation staff.
So here we are again with Tucker Carlson and the issue of anti-Semitism and the right and all of that. It will not surprise you to learn I agree with what he said about Mamdani. I don't think there's any evidence that Mamdani is an anti-Semite. I think Mamdani has been vigorously critical of Israel's conduct in Gaza. I noted just yesterday there was some awful attack where swastikas were painted on, I think, a school in New York, and Mamdani was out immediately describing that as disgusting and talking about standing up against anti-Semitism. I do just have to take issue with Vince Dow is not someone I'm aware of, but was he referring to Mamdani when he was saying about foreign invader? Like that?
I believe so.
That seems like ludicrous language to use. I mean, you can, of course, argue Mamdani's political beliefs as you can with anyone, but that sort of rhetoric I find completely reprehensible.
I view Mamdani's stance on Israel probably the least interesting thing about him. He's mayor of New York now, or will be in the new year, and unless he actually tries to arrest Netanyahu when he goes to New York for some reason, his views on it are really irrelevant, I think. And Andrew Cuomo, actually, the reason why his campaign was so terrible was because he focused so heavily on that issue, as opposed to countering Mamdani on some of his actual policies. I mean, I obviously worked for the Daily Caller. It was founded by Tucker Carlson. I consider him to be something of a mentor. Over the years, he's been incredibly gracious to me. And I do think it's sad how many people have really just like tried to throw him under the bus over this Fuentes interview, which when you actually watch it, now I will say that he was tougher on Ted Cruz than he was Nick Fuentes, and there's a reasonable complaint to have there. But actually watching the interview, Tucker did challenge him on a lot of his sort of collectivist views from a right-wing perspective, right? He brought up the fact that Christians don't believe in blood guilt, that the idea of blaming an entire race of people or an entire religion of people for the sins of some, or a country's policy is not in line with Christian thinking, and trying to appeal to Fuentes as a Catholic. And
Tucker only interviewed Fuentes for eyeballs. That's the only reason, for viewers. It was all about viewership because he's radioactive. And this is the problem with Tucker. It's like, it's a deer in the headlights. And then all of a sudden he's so important. What about what happened during the COVID years? All right? And how stupid Tucker was. You know how you can tell if you can trust someone or not when you're listening to them in a podcast? How they handled the crisis. All right? Were they all one way or all the other? Were they pro-government 100%, or were they, very, were they, anti-government on the other side, or pro-vax on one side, or anti-vax on the other side? All right, they didn't stick to the facts. They didn't do the drill down. All these people on mainstream media, they didn't pay attention to the paper trail, and that paper trail, it's the funding coming right from the NIH. It's so obvious. It's so obvious, but no one wanted. Tucker didn't have the brains to do it. Oh, maybe it's because he didn't graduate from college. Maybe it's because he didn't do so well in college. Now, if he's not that great of a thinker, why should we even pay attention to Tucker? Because it's all about creating a buzz so people click on your video.
Just sort of doubled down and was like, what? There's something unique about the Jews and Jewry in America. And so it actually was an illuminating interview. I didn't have the tone that people preferred. And Tucker addressed this criticism recently with Megyn Kelly, where he said, you're not my editor, and I actually don't owe it to you to use my platform in a way that pleases you, which I thought was pretty telling. And the whole Heritage Foundation complaints as well, just having friends on both sides of it and watching it all play out as a member of the conservative, I wouldn't say movement, because I'm not really an activist, but being conservative and knowing a lot of people at Heritage, I didn't think that Kevin Roberts' initial statement was like the perfect thing to say. I actually thought he probably shouldn't have said anything. The whole reason that it came up was because there was something removed about Tucker from the donor page, and people were speculating about what that meant. And so Kevin Roberts sort of came out and said, well, this is what I think about the issue. And it made some staffers angry. But then what followed was really what I would view as what left-wing organizations do when they're frustrated.
I'll tell you, this is so clear. Let me tell you what Tucker represents. All right, I got the same damn tie that he has. All right, let's just really dive down into what he really represents. He tries to represent himself as this long-standing American with family history coming to the United States very long time ago, and that he's pro-American, all right, and that he's some sort of intellectual. He used to wear a bow tie all the time, and when he was on CNN, there was some sort of conservative intellectuals similar to Robbie on the Hill. All right, there's some similarity there. The early days in CNN with Tucker. All right, but the reality of the situation is he was a failed student. The reality of the situation is he didn't finish college. The reality of the student was the CIA didn't want him, or did they? And he presents himself as some sort of like conservative intellectual. But you remember those deer in the headlight look when he was on Fox? Especially when he was interviewing individuals that were talking about weapon development. And he was like, really? Whoa. What a dumbass. What a fucking dumbass. What a dumbass. In a lot of ways, he's a baby. A spoiled brat. Coming from the Swanson family. I'm pretty sure that he doesn't have ancestry that signed the Constitution of the United States. Pretty sure.
That they're working for, which is they run to social media, they leak things internally, and they try to basically smear their boss. And that's not a productive way, I think, to change an organization or to demand some kind of change or different direction from the person who is in charge of the organization. It reminded me of the New York Times revolt when they ran the Tom Cotton op-ed of people going to Twitter and saying that it was putting Black lives in danger of New York Times staffers. And so it just felt very illiberal to me. And especially recently, there was a document that leaked that the anti-Semitism task force at Heritage was making a list of recommendations, which is code word for demand, where they have to engage in all of these different sort of like struggle sessions, including like the offer to attend Shabbat dinners. And one of the women who offered to host the Shabbat dinners is a friend of mine, Bethany Mandel, and I don't think she meant it that way, but the fact that it was coming in the aftermath of all of this public consternation really gave the impression that they were trying to really cajole staffers into signing on to things that they don't necessarily agree with or don't feel like they should be required to do because somebody else from an entirely different organization did a podcast that they disagree with. And so just the entire saga, I thought, was so unfortunate, especially right before the elections. It was such an unnecessary distraction, again, over a podcast that has nothing to do with heritage. Sorry for allowing me to rant. People have been asking me about it all week, so that's how I feel.
Absolutely, and I like having the time to hear your full views on it, because it's obviously it's happening much more in your world and in terms of the conservative, the conservative.
Come on, get it out.
Than mine.
It's amazing how these liberals have like they have marbles in their fucking mouth.
Fucker interview for a start. I didn't watch the whole thing because I just have no personal interest in hearing Nick Fuentes at great length. I know enough about what he believes to not particularly want to listen to him. Tucker Carlson has the right to bring him on if he wants to. I think it would be better if most people ignored Nick Fuentes, but people more familiar with the workings of the right say that is basically impossible now because he has attracted such a following, or he has got so much traction.
I'll tell you what, my take on this, and Dr. Paul Cottrell is never wrong, all right? Fuentes and Stu Peters are going to be the next Alex Jones. Alex Jones is dying off. So the next Alex Jones will be Stu Peters, and the competition, there will be the competing forces between Stu Peters and Fuentes. Stu Peters, Gen X. So but will also accrete young, but Fuentes, the young crowd. Right? So as Stu Peters starts to age, he will lose connection with that younger crowd. And so there's probably going to be more of a half-life with Fuentes, unless he flames out somehow. But because he's a shooting star, and sometimes shooting stars flame out quickly. But I see that the next Alex Jones will be Stu Peters and or Fuentes. Fuentes probably will last longer, though. But the country is becoming polarized. You can see that John Ho was, when we did our show last week, used the term balkanization. We're seeing the balkanizing of our politic in the United States. You can see it with what's going on with the podcasts, with these commentators. Podcasts today are now op-eds. Back in the day, to read the paper, you go to the op-ed section to get someone's opinion about something, right? Well, the op-ed is podcasts, and it's becoming more vicious.
Self has been pretty critical of Israel in relation to Gaza. I said yesterday the same thing to Robbie that I'll say to you now. I don't want the support or allyship in that respect of people who are motivated by anti-Semitism. And so, there are reasons, I think, very good and legitimate reasons to be appalled by what Israel has done. I don't think disliking Jews is a legitimate reason for any position. I think it's appalling just prejudice. And in relation to how it was handled at Heritage, and I'm looking at this very much from the outside, there certainly was obviously some leaking. I did think at the town hall that was done, I'm not sure who the woman was who confronted Kevin Roberts face to face, but I thought that was impressive because she just got up and gave her view to her boss effectively, and that was worthwhile. And there's one thing I'll say on the Mamdani Cuomo point. I do take your point that the mayor of New York is not creating policy in relation to Israel. I think for a lot of people on the left who are critical of what has happened in Gaza, it became a judgment issue. In other words, an issue that illuminated someone's judgment.
The problem with the left We gotta save babies in Gaza. Look at the collateral damage that Netanyahu's doing. Israel bad, Gaza good. Save the children. The next day, they're running to an abortion clinic to have their fetus extracted out because they care about the children.
So Mamdani's forthright criticism of it, juxtaposed with Cuomo's willingness to literally join Netanyahu's legal defense team, I think that cost Cuomo badly in the Democratic primary, as it frankly should have done.
Yeah, all right. Well, ending on an area of agreement.
Yes.
Polarizing activists.
Please go to my store and support capitalism. It really does work. Collagen. Collagen will help with your skin, your nails, your hair, your musculature, your joints, your cartilage, and also your bone density. This is a month supply. Take it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or milk, or even coffee. All right? Please go to my store, get the collagen, use it every day, slow down the aging process. And when you're taking this, especially when you take the vitamin C supplement that I have, and you drink 32 to 64 ounces of filtered water throughout the day, they will cross-link and improve your dermal layer. So please go to my store and get the collagen. Also, I'm sure you use deodorant. If you're not using deodorant, you smell and you need to use deodorant, all right? So please go to my store and get the deodorant parts that I have. They're dual purpose. They will help you to smell good, but not just that. It will actually help to detoxify your body. So your endocrine system and your immune system is better. Now, get it in citrus or in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. It's made from essential oils from the Himalayas. Very high quality ingredients in these bars. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get a couple bars for your household. It's for males and females. And detoxify your body and use it as a deodorant. So you don't smell like Mamdani, like a crazy liberal.
Rubio, who according to the Wall Street Journal, peeled the president back from that idea to the extent that it wasn't even brought up in the president's meeting with Xi in South Korea. That was something that we were waiting for, bracing for. NVIDIA shares today are down about $6, down about 3%. And it's been a real loser over the past week. Of course, such an important stock to the market, having topped out, I believe, $208 a share. 207 was the high on the 29th of October. It's been pretty much straight down since then. So let's try to get our arms around this with the help of the aforementioned Mike Shepard with us here in Washington, D.C. Did he get a call, you think, from the White House telling him to pull back from this whole idea?
It's unclear whether he got a call, but we do know both Jensen Huang and Donald Trump have indicated that the two men have a line of communication. And Jensen, during the NVIDIA conference here in Washington, and remarks with reporters, he acknowledged that he and the president do speak by phone, sometimes late at night, and no doubt go over some of these issues that we're about to talk about here. But it's unclear to what extent those entreaties have been recent and to what extent they have continued following the president's meeting with Xi Jinping in South Korea. One that many at NVIDIA, especially Jensen Huang, have been hoping might yield a path back into China for the company. It sees China as a crucial market. It is the world's largest market for semiconductors. And for NVIDIA alone, it is a $50 billion opportunity. So they are really hoping to get that door opened at some point.
We're talking about Blackwell's, is kind of that's the rainbow package right now, but they were supposed to be selling H20s to China. Those aren't being sold either?
Well, they're not being sold right now either. And I'm glad you brought that up, because it is not as if they don't have permission to sell some AI chips. The H20 is a chip that was designed specifically to meet earlier rounds of export restrictions aimed at China. But the Trump administration in April shut that down. They said, nope, even this is too advanced for China and we're not allowed to sell that anymore. there was quite a bit of lobbying and pressure from NVIDIA and from others to try to get the door opened up. And it didn't just affect NVIDIA, it also affected NVIDIA's rival, Advanced Micro Devices, which had its own AI chip, the MI308, that it was cleared previously to sell into China, and it too was shut out. Now, Trump reversed course in July and allowed those chips to be sold. In August, he came out and said, look, in exchange for a 15% cut of those sales, I'll reopen the door on the H20s. But Beijing since has said no, no thank you. What they would like to see is instead Chinese domestic manufacturers fill that gap. And they have been able to do so by taking advantage of their ability. China controls their grid nationally when it comes to electricity. They are able to supply power on an unlimited basis to data centers. And that takes away the advantage that the H20 has over its China rivals. The H20 is a very efficient chip when it comes to energy usage. And what that means is that, look, the Chinese chips, maybe they're not as energy efficient, fine. We'll just provide you with more power as needed to make up for the difference.
Is that all coal-fired power in China?
Coal, solar. China has gone heavily into renewables.
God, we hear so much about the coal plants from President Trump. I don't know, you back off of this. The headlines have been so fast and furious, just constantly buffeted by change. Every day it's a different story. When you back away from this, Mike, and you do this for a living, 2 weeks ago was peak euphoria, right? When Jensen was in Washington, NVIDIA GTC, everybody was preaching gospel. This is not a bubble. It's real. There's no circular investing, and China's next. Now it feels bleak, and I'm looking at these charts that are starting to break down.
Well, what we've seen in the past week is really a few key developments. One is the man of Big Short fame, Michael Burry, announcing that he had.
Well, what does he know that no one else knows?
Well, what he is looking at is what a lot of other investors are wondering about is whether there will be enough return, enough revenue generated by all of this AI investment to justify massive purchases of NVIDIA's chips and the construction of all these data centers. Will that actually translate into revenue generation across the economy, not just for the hyperscalers, but for other companies that are trying to deploy AI? Can they do so in a way that generates revenue and also manages to preserve employment too? Because we saw the Challenger jobs report yesterday indicating that AI was a factor in some job cuts at various companies. What Jensen Huang was trying to do during the during the GPU technology conference here in DC last week was try to show that, look, we are trying to get our chips into every kind of industry.
Yes.
We're trying to get into robotics. We're trying to get into business automation, into vehicles, you name it. Healthcare. They want to be there as a way of showing that, look, AI is not just about chatbots. It is not just about agents. It is about finding ways to do things more efficiently behind the scenes in business automation, and also introducing revolutionary technologies like automated vehicles, like robots, that can do a lot of tasks that right now maybe don't go undone or are done less efficiently. And that was something that was really evident during this conference when he unveiled all these partnerships with different companies and ventures as a way of signaling that, look, we are trying to accelerate this technology and its adoption. And that is sort of his answer to the whole bubble question, Joe.
You mentioned Challenger's note. That was really interesting. Sweetgreen today making a purchase that will automate all of its make it sound. It's gonna have a robot making your sound apparently the next time you go on there. So we keep hearing though from Jensen Huang that no, you're gonna have a digital twin that's gonna make you more productive, not replace you, but improve you. Somebody's gonna be wrong here, Mike.
Well, and that's right, Joe. And this is one of the key questions. Is it a question of being replaced by technology or supported by technology? We're in one of those transition moments. And it's not unlike the one that the newspaper industry underwent about 40 or 50 years ago.
It's going to be a combination of both. In some industries or some businesses, or even in some jobs, it's going to be a complete takeover. AI is going to take your job. In others, it's going to augment your job. Why can't people think like in the middle?
Or to automate away from.
You were there, Mike.
I was there. I remember working in the composing room of the Washington Post with the printers who at one time had put together the pages with hot metal, with lead type. And, within a decade, it was all,
Those jobs are gone.
those jobs are gone.
Were those people made more productive or were they eliminated?
Many of them retired.
Yeah.
Some of them, though, did adapt and adopt into new positions within the Washington Post Company, and other newspapers around the world found similar transitions taking place. But we are now in one of those moments. We did hear Jamie Dimon talking about the importance of AI and how it was being adopted within JP Morgan Chase. And his view is that, look, we don't want to replace bankers. We just want to make them more efficient using artificial intelligence. So, but that will be a litmus test across the economy. How will this shake out? Company by company, how will they make those decisions in terms of deploying this technology to find new ways of enhancing that productivity, but also keeping people aboard?
I could talk to you about this stuff all day long. I do want to mention to our listeners and viewers on YouTube that they have,
I could have created just a really quick sentence. You have to prevent the decoupling of labor and capital. That means that you have to have human workers. Period.
It's coming. James told me what happened. They've opened the event with Viktor Orban to press. You used to cover the White House. Can you imagine you find out 5 minutes? So they're gathering in the pool right now. When they get them in there in the cabinet room, we'll bring you in there for the conversation. I'm guessing that Orban will be on the president's side of the table here, as opposed to Zelensky at his back to the media, is looking up at everybody. But we'll find out. The visuals will be interesting. We'll describe them to you here, and we'll bring them to you, of course, live on YouTube. Watching Wall Street and this.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the ashwagandha root. Ashwagandha root is a supplement you should be taking every day. It'll help to control your cortisol levels and your blood glucose levels. It's super important, so you're healthy. But this will bring down inflammation and help with your vascular system and your immune system. Take ashwagandha root every day as part of an anti-aging protocol, but also to boost up your immune system, especially in the fall and the winter season. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the ashwagandha root. Now let's go to Bannon. Now, I don't agree all the time with Bannon, but I'll tell you, he's been pretty damn accurate when it comes to politics and political strategy. Now, he's wrong about the CCP virus. It's the USA CCP virus, Stephen Bannon. Get that straight, okay? Oh, I can prove it. But Stephen Bannon, in terms of political strategy, he's somewhat of a genius.
A peace plan for Gaza. For the plan to advance, Hamas must disarm. Instead,
Viktor Orban's going to be, and they're going to the cabinet room. I think they're going to have a working lunch. So Viktor Orban, a very critical meeting on Ukraine. I think when we're ready to toss to the Charlie Kirk show, things may have get it started. We will go there immediately, but I think it'd probably be during the Charlie Kirk show. Viktor Orban's going to meet with the president for a couple of hours. President is scheduled to leave after that meeting sometime this afternoon. Of course, we're going to cover our own Brian Glenn is getting positioned right now, I believe, in the cabinet room or near the cabinet room, maybe just outside, to do this. So as soon as that starts, I'm sure the president will take a couple of 3 questions. You know, being a betting man, I'd go along that. I'd take the over. So Viktor Orban, and had the opportunity to meet with some of Viktor Orban's team last night. Again, this morning, as you know, Viktor Orban is the defender of Christendom, and that what he's done in Hungary is nothing short of extraordinary. You see Germany collapsing, you see France collapsing, you see England collapsing. You don't see Poland or Hungary collapsing. In fact, you see the exact opposite. They're thriving. And why are they thriving? They threw down hard about this, mass being overrun by mass immigration. And of course, Germany welcomed it, France welcomed it, and England welcomed it. Sweden, others, and now they got a world of hurt. So Viktor Orban, one of the greats, one of the true greats, running again. I think the election's in April, and he's been there 16 years. And it's taken that long to fight Soros and to straighten things out. So Viktor Orban at the White House with the president. I know Carrie Lake's been meeting with the team, a lot of people. So a lot to report on that later, probably this afternoon.
I was expecting that he'd be a little bit more. Let's see here. Let's listen into. Let's listen into here. Let's see what happens.
Watch how butter affects belly fat.
Can you spot the difference between these two butters? One's sizzling and popping while the other isn't. So which one's help?
This is the quickest way to drain swollen legs. Which one of these alcoholic beverages actually flushes out edema? All alcoholic drinks make edema.
Department is working on another investigation that includes one of Donald Trump's perceived enemies. MSNBC was the first to report today that the DOJ is preparing to issue a series of subpoenas as part of an investigation led by a recently confirmed Trump pick for U.S. attorney in Florida. The investigation is at least in part looking into former CIA Director John Brennan and the probes by the CIA and FBI into Russian interference in 2016 election. John Brennan, who is an analyst here at MSNBC, denies any wrongdoing.
Inquiry comes 2 years after a special counsel appointed by then Attorney General Bill Barr concluded a lengthy and exhaustive investigation that found no criminal wrongdoing by Brennan or any other major figure connected with the Russian election interference.
We can go on and on and on. John Solomon, huge developments overnight, and they're coming in now. Here's their line of attack. This has all been looked at. This is, first off, they said, Mike Davis and John Solomon are screwballs because they're connecting Crossfire Hurricane with the Mueller investigation, with what happened in when Trump was out of office. It's so convoluted and so bizarre that you have to have a tinfoil hat to have it. And they keep hammering that, people let these guys off. There's nothing to see here. It's past time that you can even charge them. They're throwing up everything. So they're a little nervous. And then you drop these 25 or 30 subpoenas overnight. It's going to get worse today, sir. So I wanted to give you a shot to use our platform to explain exactly what in the hell is going on.
Yeah, listen, I think the Justice Department, as I said a couple of weeks ago, though I also called them out for a tweet that was outdated and raised concerns about what they know and don't know. The Justice Department is creeping to life on this. They're starting to put more resources and they're starting to get their arms around what this conspiracy is.
Wait,
Nick Davis and John
I'm
Solomon.
gonna pause that and go right to Trump speaking right now.
Of the rest of prices. Energy prices are way down from what they were last year. Inflation is almost non-existent. We have inflation down to
above 2%, dipshit.
Whereas Biden, as you know, is the worst inflation in the history of our country.
That's true.
So we're doing very well. We have a shutdown, as you probably know, because the Democrats have gone, they're crazy. They're crazy, but they don't care if they hurt the country. But we've approved it 14 times. We've approved a opening up 14 times, and they keep rejecting it. And I guess maybe they will again. Let's see what happens. They want to have a lot of bad things happen, bad things for our country. We're not going to give $1.5 trillion to people that came into our country illegally. We're not going to do it. To people came from prisons, they came from mental institutions, they're drug dealers, and they want to give them medical care. $2.5 trillion. And we're not going to do other things that they're requesting also. So I just want to welcome this really good person. I know him very well. He's a good person. And he's a great leader and he's loved in his country. And Victor, would you like to say a few words? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. It's good to come back to the White House. And good to be back after 6 years away again, to see you here.
Yeah.
We have met last time. The reason why we are here to open a new chapter between the bilateral relation of the United States and Hungary.
basically because during the Democrat administration, everything was ruined. After your leaving president, everything was basically broke, ruined, canceled, a lot of harm done by the previous administration. In the last 10 months, President, what you have done, we are very much grateful for that. You restored the old level of the relationship, you improved the bilateral relation, you repaired what was done badly by the previous administration. So now we are in a quite a good position to open up a new chapter, let's say a golden age between the United States and Hungary. And we have plenty of suggestions for today: economic cooperation, military cooperation, and political cooperation. And the main issue, probably, President, you know, we are neighboring Ukraine, which is in war. It's the most important issue for us, and we would like to discuss with you how we can contribute to help you in your peace efforts.
And you've taken a lot of Ukrainians that needed your help, and you've taken a lot of them in your country, and everybody appreciates that.
Thanks very much. We do our best.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Go ahead.
Mr. Orban has requested an exemption as it relates to oil that is coming from Russia. Is that something that you are prepared to do? And may I ask Mr. Orban a question in regards to that very issue?
Sure. We're looking at it because it's very difficult for him to get the oil and gas from other areas. As you know, they don't have the advantage of having sea. It's a great country. It's a big country, but they don't have sea. They don't have the ports. And so they have a difficult problem. There's another country that has that same problem, by the way. But when you look at what's happened with Europe, many of those countries, they don't have those problems. And they buy a lot of oil and gas from Russia. And as they know, I'm very disturbed by that because we're helping them and they're going and buying oil and gas from Russia. So that question could be really asked maybe more accurately if you talked about many European countries, not Hungary necessarily, because Hungary is in a different position. But many European countries are buying oil and gas from Russia, and they have been for years. And I said, what's that all about? Right? Thank you. Yeah.
So that's really one of the issues for today. To explain clearly what would be the consequences for the Hungarian people and for the Hungarian economy not to get oil and gas from Russia, because we are supplied by pipelines. Pipeline is not an ideological or political issue, it's a physical reality because we don't have port, exactly as the President explained to you. So we will negotiate on that point. It's vital for us.
Mr. Orban, there are two pipelines, as I understand. There's a pipeline from Ukraine and a pipeline from Croatia. And my understanding is that the pipeline from Croatia can provide all of Hungary's energy needs. As a result, why would you need an exemption if that's the case?
So when we discuss that issue, you should separate the gas and the oil. On the gas issue, which is very important for us, 90% of the Hungarian households based on the heating system based on gas. So we have only one pipeline delivering gas to Hungary, which is the main pipeline, the Turkish one. What we got from Croatia is a very small volume supplementary gas pipeline. Okay, that's gas. Oil is another issue. So oil is coming from the Druzhba pipeline, which is the main supply, and then is a Croatian one, which is the secondary and supplementary pipeline. We would like to convince the Croatian government to enlarge it and make it possible to deliver more. Under these circumstances, it cannot be the main pipeline. It's just supplementary. But later on, with some big investments, it would serve better the interest of Hungary.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Many people, not just as inhabitants of the country, but as the symbol of this country, the new conservative Alliance. Is there any interpretation, and how do you see the future of Europe in the light of leaders like Viktor Orban stand up to Brussels bureaucracy and the government agenda?
Are you from Hungary? I figured. The fact is that he's a great leader and he's respected all over, not necessarily liked by some of the leaders, but you know, those leaders have proven to be wrong. If you look at his stance on immigration and other things, you know, if you look at Europe, they made tremendous mistakes on immigration. It's really hurting them very badly. He has not made a mistake on immigration. So he's respected by everybody. He's liked by some. And I can tell you, I like and respect. I'm a double. I like and respect him. And that's the way Hungary is being led. They're being led properly. And that's why he's going to be very successful in his upcoming election.
May I raise one comment, please? Language is important because the Anglo-Saxon terminology is different from the European one. So to use categories can create some misunderstanding. So I would like to be clear as much as we can. We are the only government in Europe which consider itself as a modern Christian government. All the other governments in Europe are basically liberal leftist governments. So we try to do something from 2010, which is different from what the others are doing, even at the philosophical level and the level of practice as well, as just the president described it, like migration. So we are kind of a special island of difference in a liberal ocean in Europe. And we consider ourselves as a modern Christian government. That's the proper category to describe what we are doing.
We're talking, but we'll report on that later. Meetings with Putin. We were talking about that with Victor. He understands Putin and knows him very well. And I feel that, I mean, I'm going to let you say what you think, but I think that Victor feels we're going to get that war ended in the not too distant future. Victor, do you want to talk about that?
Well, I'm strongly convinced. So the question is whether we Westerners are unified or not. The problem is that the president has huge peace efforts, which are just splendid and very positive for the European continent and all the peoples of Europe. But at the same time, we are not unified because Brussels and the Europeans have a different approach to the war. So the only pro-peace government is the United States government and the small Hungary in Europe anyway. All the other governments prefer to continue the war because many of them think that Ukraine can win on the front line, which is a misunderstanding of the situation. So it's a complicated issue. We will discuss it. It requests not just 2 minutes to respond to your question, but rather than our lecture. Sorry, not to continue more.
So you would say that Ukraine cannot win that war?
You know, miracle can happen.
Yeah, that's right.
What is your message to the EU because of Hungary and the EU want to impose their war policies on Hungary? What is the message?
Well, I think they should respect Hungary and respect this leader very, very strongly because he's been right on immigration. Look what's happened to Europe with the immigration. They have people flooding Europe all over the place and it's hurting it. It's the crime rates are way up. A lot of bad things are happening. His crime rates are very low. They're the same as they always were, which is very little crime because he's kept it the way it should be. Europe, I mean, I don't want to go into individual countries. They're all friends of mine, everyone. As you know, in NATO, they voted to go from 2% to 5%. And, you know, nobody thought that was possible. And we had just about almost, other than Spain, a unanimous vote. No, I think that I think they respect him a lot. They don't agree with him, but actually inwardly, I think they probably do agree. He was right on immigration. They were wrong. They are flooding Europe with people from all over the world, and Europe is becoming a different place. And I tell the leaders all the time, you better stop or you're not going to have Europe anymore. It's a very dangerous thing you're doing.
May I have a reflection on that? So on migration issue, just for clarification, in Hungary, the number of illegal migration is like that, zero, because we have a crystal clear system. If somebody would like to come to Hungary, first he should ask for that. If he gives the permission, they can step in. Nobody can step on the territory of Hungary without having a permission from the Hungarian authorities. This is the regulation, simple, while working. What is the consequence of that? We are under sanctions, financial sanctions of the European Union, because we don't let the illegal migrations to come to Hungary and to the European Union as well. So we have to pay, just to inform you, we have to pay every day 1 million euro as a punishment to the Brazilian budget because they stopped the migrants. This is the absurd world we are living now in Europe.
Mr. President. Yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to ask what do you think, what do you believe? After this meeting, can you have maybe, or the European Union will have another opinion about, just because of this penalty, another opinion about Hungary because of the immigration and because of this kind of politics, which is not that strictly as the European Union directs. What do you believe?
Yeah, where are you from?
I'm from Hungary.
Okay. I do have that conversation with them, and I respect and like them. Yeah, they're all friends of mine. I think pretty much every single leader in Europe is a friend of mine. We get along really well. They've done everything I've asked them to do with NATO, etc. The only thing they continue to do is buy oil from Russia. That's not too good. But I told them they should respect this man. They can also learn from Victor. Victor has had a very hard stance on, more than anything else, immigration or even illegal immigration. He literally has accepted no one over the years. Think of how much greater these countries would be if they didn't have the tremendous crime that has come in with the immigration. People just flowing into Europe. They've got to stop it. And not only stop it, they have to reverse it. They have to get them out. We've done that here. We have 0 people coming in now. The borders are closed. We take people, but we take them legally. But we've done it very strongly, and we're moving hundreds of thousands, millions of people out. We had of the 20 million people, 25 million. Nobody knows even what the number is. They never knew. Biden had no idea. He had no idea. I don't believe he had any idea what was happening because he wasn't about open borders. But we had open borders, and we had millions of people come in, and they were coming in from jails. They were coming in from mental institutions. They were coming in as drug dealers. We had 11,888 murderers. Half of them committed more than one murder. We're getting them all out. We're getting them out. He doesn't have that problem, but Europe does have that problem. Other parts of Europe have that problem. So, I tell them all the time, I stick up for Viktor Orban. Not a lot of people do because in many cases they're jealous. They wish they did what he did. They would have no problems if they did what he did. And I have a bigger heart than anybody, but they've destroyed some of those countries. Some of those countries had no crime 10 years ago, and now they have quite a bit of crime. And I would say that I don't know anything about your crime levels, but I would imagine they're very low. Huh? Not too high, right?
No, it's very low. The best thing you Sure, please. No. Just a clarification as well. I'm not here to ask how President Trump to manage my conflicts or our conflicts with the European Union. This is our matter. So we will do it. What we need is a golden age, to open a golden age of the United States-Hungary relationship. That's the biggest part we can get from the United States.
And maybe Europe too.
It's more difficult. So inside the European Union, we will manage all of our affairs. To be the most possible humble guy, yeah? But I'm the longest serving Prime Minister of Europe. I survived all the Prime Ministers who attacked us. And I'm sure we will survive next year as well. So we will manage our conflicts successfully.
Question for the Prime Minister. Speaking of Europe, last month you said that you would not withdraw US troops from Europe, yet weeks later the Pentagon announced decided to withdraw significant number of troops from Romania. So have you changed your mind, or the Pentagon ignored your assurance?
No, they don't ignore anything that I say. What they do is that we make changes, we move. It's the same number, total number, but we move people around. I happen to like the Romanian people. I think they're great people. And Pete, you may want to suggest something right there, please.
Absolutely. No, nothing was coordinated with the White House. It's all part of the view that we have of Europe, and there will remain troops in Romania, but there's some change in how we rotate and how many we rotate.
The relationship with Romania is very good. Right?
Very good, and we've coordinated all this with the Secretary General Ruta, with throughout UCOM, throughout our allies. Everyone was notified in advance.
The relationship with Romania is very good. The relationship with Europe is very good. I disagree with what Europe is doing, having to do with immigration, but I agree with them on many other subjects. We just signed the biggest trade deal ever made with Europe, $950 billion. We were able to do it because of tariffs. It was a deal that was good, very good, but we had a very unfair deal. We were treated very badly before I came into office, but we just signed. It's the single biggest trade deal ever signed. So we have a very good relationship with Europe. Yeah.
What is the main dispute with the Russians which prevent the Budapest summit with Putin from?
The basic dispute is they just don't want to stop yet, and I think they will. I think it's taken a big toll on Russia, a big toll on both countries, obviously, but it's taken a big toll. They're losing 7,000 soldiers a week. That's a big toll, and up between the two of them, divided. You know, with Russia losing more soldiers actually, but they're both losing a lot of people. And that's the primary thing that with me, it's not economic, it's not money. In fact, we don't spend any money. We send it to NATO, they pay us for our missiles and for our military and everything else. It's not a question of money. It was with Biden. He spent $350 billion and got nothing for him. The war would have never happened. If I were president, the war would have never happened. I think you would agree with that. This war would never have happened if I were president. It's stupid that it happened, but it did happen. I inherited the war, and I think we're going to get it ended not too distant future.
Well, no question that if that time the name of the United States president would have been Donald Trump, there would be no war between Ukraine and Russia. That's clear. But what we are speaking about here is more than that, because without the pressure coming from the United States government, I'm speaking 2022, the Europeans would not take that hard line what they have today in the war. Remember that big countries of Europe rejected to be involved more than just sending some, humanitarian issues. So the pressure coming from the United States to be more pro-war in Europe. So that's the fact of the history anyway. So we have to restore something which was ruined and created from here, and that's the reason why I understand absolutely the devotion of the president now to do everything to stop the war, because that would be not that deep without the previous government pressure from here. So the reason why I'm here to be as much as helpful I can to contribute to the peace efforts of the president, because that was an enormous mistake what we have done. I mean, the Western world several years ago, and we have to stop it, and it's coming.
Biden actually pushed for that war to happen. Okay, if you can believe it. Nobody can believe it, but it's one of those things. And now look what happened. Look what's happened to Ukraine. It's a much smaller country. A lot of people are dead. You take a look at it's a whole different world over there. And Russia has not been helped very much by that war either. They lost a tremendous number of soldiers and people. And look, that war should have been a 1 week war. I don't know why it's taken. This is 4 years. Should have been 1 week. Should have been over with, but it would have never started. Should have never started. And I would have solved the problem without giving up anything. Ukraine would have remained as is. So there were tremendous mistakes long before I got there. I inherited that mess, so we're getting it solved, along with the 8 wars that we've already ended.
Mr. President.
What is our integrating relations with EU leader or not?
I think I can do both. I mean, there's no reason why I can't. I get along well with the European nations.
He's still a member of the European Union.
Yeah, and by the way, he's a member in good standing, I guess, although they penalize him. But he's a member in good standing with the European Union, so he's a member. He's a part of it. But I get along great with him, and I get along very well with them. I agree with him on immigration much more than I agree with them, but I agree with a lot of the things in Europe he also agrees with. But he had a difference, I would say, primarily on immigration more than anything else. And I happen to think he was right, because their whole fabric has changed. I mean, you go to some of the countries, they're unrecognizable now because of what they've done. And Hungary is very recognizable. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. President. Yes, Mr. President. Will there be a peace summit in Budapest still this year? What do you think?
You mean a meeting with President Putin? You mean, well, I'd like to keep it in Hungary, Budapest. That meeting, it turned out I didn't want to do that meeting because I didn't think anything was gonna be happening of significance, but if we have it, I'd like to do it in Budapest, yeah, be good.
Mr. President, you said many times to support Viktor Orban. Why is it important to win the next election, for example, for the United States, Hungary, and also Europe? Why is it important?
Well, I don't know his opponent. I don't know if he has an opponent yet. At some point he will, I guess, we always have opponents, right? Not much of an opponent. But I'll be supportive of him. He's done a fantastic job. We've had a great relationship. The United States, look, we had a country that had no leader. It had an auto pen, illegal auto pen, totally illegal. And that's coming out stronger and stronger. But we had no leader in the United States. I mean, Hungary, as an example, had no relationship with the United States, even though we do, billions of dollars in trade with Hungary. Hungary's a big country economically. We do, billions of dollars in trade with Hungary. Why would they give that up? And they gave up so much else. Look, they gave up everything. This country was poorly run. I think if I didn't win the election, we might not have a country, if you want to know the truth, not a recognizable country. But our relationship was immediately good as soon as I won the election, because Victor's one of the people that's highly respected, and we had a great relationship with Hungary. We do again. That was an easy one, yeah.
Prime Minister Orban agree on ways to put pressure on President Putin to come to the negotiating table to end the war in Ukraine?
I think we agree that the war is going to end. Sometimes people have to fight it out a little bit longer, but I think we agree that the war is going to end in the not too distant future. You want to talk about that later?
I have some ideas, and I will present it to the president.
Mr. Prime Minister,
product, the Walmart Thanksgiving meal,
Yeah.
and it's cheaper, but it also contains less.
Well, I haven't heard that. You're telling me, who you with? Fake news, NBC. You fake news. What a NBC's gone down the tubes along with most of the rest of them.
Which means the economy that you're describing day to day, and the way many Americans say feel within the concern.
Well, they feel better about our country right now, other than the shutdown, obviously, which is caused by the Democrats, could be ended by the Democrats in 2 minutes. They feel much better. We have more jobs. We just set a record on jobs. You do know that we have more investment in our country than any country in history. We're over $18 trillion as of this moment, and we're going to be maybe at 20 or 21 trillion by the time I finish up my first year. And there's been no country, China, no country in the world that's done anywhere even close to that number. Your friend Biden, as an example, in 4 years was less than $1 trillion. We'll be at 21 trillion in 1 year. So there's no country that was even close to that. And our country was a laughing stock all over the world. We have more jobs. We have more potential than any other country. And frankly, we're the hottest country right now. Victor said to me before, we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. Think of it. We'll have $21 trillion invested. We have auto plants pouring back in. We have AI pouring back in. We're leading China in AI by a lot. We're leading everybody in every category. There's no category that we're in second place. So I just heard this yesterday that Walmart said that the Thanksgiving was 25% more expensive under Biden. That's a big, to me, that's a big number, because Walmart's respected. I mean, Walmart is Walmart, and they're giving you prices. So that would mean that the whole series of pricing and costs, the groceries and everything else, it was a con job. It was a con job. Affordability, they call it, was a con job by the Democrats. The Democrats are good at a few things: cheating on elections and conning people with facts that aren't true. It was 25%. Walmart just announced it 2 days ago. 25% cheaper this year, will be cheaper to have Thanksgiving than it was a year ago under Sleepy Joe Biden.
You say that affordability is a con job.
Say it.
You said affordability is a con job. You didn't want to say last night. You didn't want to talk about affordability.
I talk about it, when did I not want to talk about it? I talk about it all the time. We are much better than Biden and all of them. Now, just so you understand, you remember that the Biden administration had the highest inflation in 48 years, but most people say ever recorded. You remember that? Right? Do you remember? Did they have the highest inflation in 48 years? Did they? Just answer me the question. You know the answer. The answer is yes. They had the worst inflation in 48 years. We have almost no inflation. We're down now to 2%, and we'll be at maybe 1%. You want to always stay above 1%, actually. You want a little tiny bit of inflation. We're at a perfect number. They were at the highest level in recorded history, okay? And when you talk about affordability, that one fact. Now, let's talk about the second biggest subject after inflation, energy. We're going to be at $2 gasoline. We're going to be approximately $2 very soon. We're a little bit above $2 right now for gasoline. Now, under Biden, it was $4.50. It even hit $5, but it was $4, $3.50. We're going to be at $2 a gallon. So gasoline's much less. Energy costs are less. When you have energy and when you have gasoline less, everything else follows. It's such a big category. So when you have lower energy prices, which I think you admit we do substantially, that means everything else. So we are the victors on affordability. But if I watched that election, which I was not much involved in, I didn't support Virginia, the candidate, didn't do a lot of support for the other candidates. They asked me about Cuomo, and I said, well, it's a question, do you want a thug or do you want a communist? I mean, that was my response. So I wasn't involved in that stuff too much. But I will say this, if you look at affordability, which they campaigned on, they lied because they talked about, oh, prices are up. No, prices are down under the Trump administration, and they're down substantially. Energy prices are down by 30, 35, 40%. Gasoline is way down. And the other big thing is inflation is way down. The biggest thing is inflation. The second biggest thing is energy. Energy is way down. And what's also down? Gasoline. Also, the biggest thing is inflation, and it's way down. We took over a mess, the highest inflation in recorded history. Some people would say 48 years. I'll take either one of them. But I believe it's the highest inflation in recorded history. That alone makes it impossible for them to have done a good job affordability-wise. And one other thing, when I came into office, Victor, 2 days into office, they were screaming at me about the cost of eggs. I was there for 2 days. Eggs had quadrupled. And I said, listen, I just got here. Let me check it out. And they were right. Eggs had gone up by 3-4 times. Within a period of a few months, we had eggs down to a normal cost. We did a great job on groceries and affordability. The only problem is the fake news. You people don't want to report it. And in fact, I'd like to ask Caroline. Where's Caroline? I'd like to ask Caroline a question. Where is she? Because she deserted us. She deserted me. Our great Caroline superstar deserted me. Anyway, she's right outside. She was going to talk about, because the fake news yesterday, they talked about that. They said, oh, I don't want to talk about affordability. The reason I don't want to talk about affordability is because everybody knows that it's far less expensive under Trump than it was under Sleepy Joe Biden. And the prices are way down. Caroline, could you discuss that question that was asked and how it was asked in such a fake, disgusting manner by the fake news?
Very unfortunate that the majority of this road refused to address what you just said, which is that you inherited the worst inflation crisis in modern American history, and you are fixing it in 10 short months. And your entire administration has been tasked with this effort, from Treasury Department to Agriculture Department to the National Economic Council right here at the White House. They are slashing regulation. He signed the largest middle-class tax cut in 6 months. In 6 months, in record time, putting more money back into the American people's pockets. So affordability is what the American people elected this president to do, and he is doing it, and you guys refuse to cover it, and you refuse to cover that the previous administration created the worst unaffordability crisis in American history. And I've been watching the TV all day, saying that he doesn't want to talk about affordability. That's what he's working on every day, and that's
That's what I'm talking about right now, but you know why they refuse to cover it? Because they're fake news, that's what. Sure. Caroline, the Prime Minister would like you to work for him in Hungary. You know what? It's a very good decision you just made. Please don't leave us, Caroline. Yeah, please. It's too bad. They're making a big mistake. That's right. No, but they're coming my way. You're right. Wait a minute. The way to do it for the Republicans is to terminate the filibuster. They call it the nuclear option. This is the second form of nuclear. Very good, very good. This is a good form. This is not a bad form. I would have been in favor of that a long time ago, but you know the Democrats are going to do that. And most of you will admit the Democrats are going to do that. So why aren't we doing it? And I think only a foolish person would be against that, especially when you realize that these are crazed people. These people are absolutely crazed, Trump derangement syndrome, whatever it may be. And I am totally in favor of terminating the filibuster, and we would be back to work within 10 minutes after that vote took place, and lots of other good things would happen. And it doesn't make any sense that a Republican would not want to do that.
There's nothing to do that. It seems like you'd have to make a deal with Democrats to end the shutdown.
Here's some of the things that we passed if we terminated the filibuster. Voter ID, no mail-in voting, no cash bail, no men and women's sports, no welfare for illegals. You could go on and on. This is 2 pages of things we'd do if you did that. Without it, I don't know that you pass it. If they ever took over power, they'll do it. Look, Joe Manchin and Sinema are 2 people that are no longer in politics because of this issue. They were opposed to what the Democrats wanted to do. They wanted to terminate the filibuster. They were opposed to it. They're no longer in politics. They're gone. The Democrats will do this. So if the Democrats are going to do it, I'm saying Republicans should do it before they get a chance. It's very simple. And if we do it, we will never lose the midterms and we will never lose the general election because we will have produced so many different things for our people, for the country, that it would be impossible to lose an election. No, I love AI. I think it's going to be very helpful. So many things are happening with it. And in addition to which, we're leading China, we're leading the world in AI. We're building massive electric plants that the companies themselves are building for their plant. I've given them the right because we need so much electricity for that. And just the word is electricity, believe it or not. Double the electricity that we currently have in the country for just the AI plants. And I've allowed those companies to rebuild and build electric plants along with their facility. We're getting approvals done in less than a month, sometimes in 2 weeks for massive, beautiful, massive buildings. And no, I'm totally in favor of it. I think it's really going to be the wave of the future. We're leading the world. We're leading everybody by a lot. I don't know. It's up to the Democrats. We voted, the Republicans have voted 14 times to open up the country, and the Democrats have voted 14 times to hurt the country, really. They should approve it, but they might not. That's why I like the fact that we terminate the filibuster. If we terminate the filibuster, the country will be open within 10 minutes after that termination because we'll take a second vote, which is the opening of the country, and the Republicans will vote to open the country. That's one of the reasons, not the major reason, by the way. I think it's less important than the other things that we get. But if we terminate the filibuster, the second vote that we will take will be to open up the country. It'll take 10 minutes and the country will be open.
Bipartisanship, because it seems like that's the main purpose of the filibuster, is to create some sort of compromise.
Well, it didn't work, obviously. You're right. That was the purpose of the filibuster, bipartisanship, but that didn't work.
So are you saying the next 3 years in Washington there shouldn't be?
Well, no. If the filibuster is terminated, we will have the most productive 3 years in the history of our country. If the filibuster is not terminated, then we will be in a slog with the Democrats, and very little for either party will be done. So it's a good. Thank you very much.
please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the turmeric. Turmeric will bring down inflammation and soak up free radicals. This is great to boost up your immune system. And by bringing down inflammation at the vascular system, you're reducing plaque formation. And by bringing down inflammation at the cerebral level, you're improving the health of your neurons. Lignans will help your immune system, your endocrine system, bring down inflammation, and also soak up free radicals. They'll help to boost up that immune system, help with your cardiovascular system and brain function. Take it every day. Super important. Use discount 5.
Including geopolitics. He's there to talk about the war in Ukraine and, of course, energy trade with Viktor Orban, which we're going to be discussing in just a moment with former ambassador to Ukraine, William Taylor. Thanks for joining us. If you're just getting into the cycle here on Balance of Power, I'm Joe Matthew in Washington alongside Tyler Kendall as we bring you politics from the nation's capital and connect the dots with what's happening today on Wall Street. Tyler, pretty remarkable visit there. The old saying about politics stopping at the water's edge might need to be updated. To hear the Prime Minister of Hungary sit in the cabinet room at the White House and denigrate the former president, the former administration, was pretty remarkable.
Right, and we know that these two leaders have a very warm relationship. Don't even think we have to say relatively warm. We know that they have been two allies, that the Hungarian prime minister did support President Trump when he was then candidate Trump, and it didn't seem like his re-election was going to happen. So these two have history here. And of course, the pivotal part of this meeting is that Hungary is trying to use that relationship and get an exemption when it comes to these Russian sanctions and to these U.S. sanctions on Russian oil. Hungary, of course, a major importer. About 90% of their crude imports come from Moscow.
I mentioned William Taylor, just the voice that we want for a day like this. Former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine with us live on Bloomberg TV and radio. Mr. Ambassador, thank you for joining us. Some of the language that we heard in the room today was striking. The president saying, I stick up for Viktor Orban. Not a lot of people do, because in many ways they are jealous. Viktor Orban speaking to the previous administration, saying after your leaving president, everything was basically broke, ruined, and canceled. How important is this relationship for the United States' reputation abroad?
Well, it's the right question, Joe. Viktor Orban is the outlier in Europe. He supports, by and large, President Putin, and has been not shy about seeking approval of and friendship with and cooperation with President Putin, who is, as you pointed out over and over, invading and has invaded for 3.5 years Ukraine. So President Trump does have some leverage there with Prime Minister Orban to make it clear that Orban should not be buying that Russian oil. And so we will see the answer to your question after they've had this meeting as to whether or not Orban can get exemptions from the sanctions that President Trump has put on Russian oil.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about that, because we have reporting that Hungary's prime minister is going to float some energy deals to the president when it comes to importing more U.S. LNG, when it comes to putting up nuclear reactors. What does the diplomatic effort look like to wean Hungary off of Russian energy imports? What has to be done for a solution down the road to take place so that they're no longer bringing in those barrels from Moscow?
Well, Tyler, we know that that's possible. The rest of Europe has done that at great expense. I mean, this is not easy to go down from relying on Russian oil to almost weaning, as you say, from Russian oil. So it can be done. The Hungarians do get a lot of oil from pipelines from Russia, but there's another pipeline that doesn't come from Russia that they can use. So it is possible. It is possible. And it'll take a decision by the Hungarians to cut themselves off from that oil, and President Trump has the leverage to get them to do that.
Mr. Ambassador, what was France thinking? What was Germany thinking? What was the UK thinking watching this conversation?
They were all a little embarrassed, I imagine, that one of theirs, that is one of the EU members, indeed a NATO member,
is apparently sticking up for the aggression that the Russians have inflicted on Ukraine. So the rest of Europe is almost unanimous in its determination to wean itself from Russian energy, and has done that amazingly successful. Orban is one of two exceptions to that. And so these other nations are hoping that President Trump will use the leverage that he has over Prime Minister Orban to force him to make the hard decision. And then, yes, these other energy deals between Hungary and the United States can take place. But they should take place after Hungary weans itself from Russian oil.
We have data that shows that the average of Russia's crude exports for the 4 weeks ending on November 2nd, so essentially the last month or so, slumped by the most since January of 2024. So it would appear that these sanctions are causing a squeeze when it comes to Russian energy exports. But how should we really be quantifying progress when it comes to a potential solution to end the ongoing war? Are statistics like that enough when you hear President Trump saying it seems like there could be an end in the quote not so distant future, but we really haven't gotten any indications that there's been progress on the negotiations front?
And there probably won't be, Tyler, on negotiations front. What there could be, though, is what you've indicated, that is the pressure on Putin, the reduction of the revenues that he gets from selling oil and gas, some to Hungary, but more to India and China. When that pressure results in an understanding by Putin that he's going to lose this war. But you're also right, it's not just the economic pressure. It's going to, in addition to that economic pressure, which is important, and as you say, it's already having an effect, reducing those revenues. But in addition to that, Putin has to understand that the Americans and the Europeans are going to continue to provide the Ukrainians with the weapons and the finance to allow them to keep going longer than he can, longer than Putin can. Putin is going to realize, once that happens, that the Americans and Europeans are going to provide Ukraine with the weapons and the finance to enable them to outlast him. At that point, Putin stops the war.
We asked the Ukrainian ambassador to the U.S. specifically about Tomahawk cruise missiles when she joined us last evening. Ambassador Ola Stefanishnia told us, knowing that the DoD had approved this and the president is considering the deployment of Tomahawk cruise missiles, that they were actually in talks. There might be some progress here. Here's what she told us.
The discussion is still ongoing, but we have a lot of delegations working here, including Ukraine, to scale up the available financial resources to procure more military capabilities from US. And it's not only Tomahawks, different types of other long-range and short-range missiles. This dialogue is ongoing, and I can only say that it's rather positive.
Positive negotiations ongoing. That made news, and it was picked up by a lot of news organizations, Ambassador, because the White House had told us that there were no talks underway. Do you think Ukraine will get Tomahawk missiles?
I think they will. I think sooner or later will, as you just indicated. The Pentagon says we got plenty. We got plenty of Tomahawks. We've been making Tomahawks since the late 70s and deployed them since the 80s. And so there are thousands around. And so that can be, and that's what the Pentagon said. The Pentagon said, you don't have to worry about stockpiles, because other people were saying we don't have enough. We have plenty. And this would be a big boom. This would help Ukraine do what President Trump has said he wants to do, which is to stop the war. This is an indication that the Ukrainians would be able to strike deep into Russia to stop the war. So yes, I think this is eventually coming.
All right, William Taylor, former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, we thank you so much for joining us here on Bloomberg Television and Radio today. And to extend the conversation, we want to bring in our political panel, Rick Davis, partner at Stone Court Capital and a Bloomberg Politics contributor, alongside another Bloomberg Politics contributor, Jeannie Shanzano, Democracy Visiting Fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center, here with us today. Rick, I want to start with you and just get your overview of how we just saw this meeting play out in the cabinet room at the White House, and your thoughts on President Trump and his relatively warm relationship with the Hungarian Prime Minister, Viktor Orban.
Yeah, Tyler, as has been already discussed, they have a long-term relationship that goes back for quite some time, and not just on a state-to-state basis, very politically simpatico. Viktor Orban has participated in a lot of events hosted by conservative groups in the United States, both here and in his own country. So there is a warm relationship that exists there. Highly criticized by the Democrats, Viktor Orban being seen as much more authoritarian than others in Europe. And of course, we know that Donald Trump doesn't hold that against other world leaders in his dealings. So yeah, this is a bit of a rally of like-minded individuals. But I must say, I was impressed by the fact that Donald Trump really didn't take the bait on a number of issues related to the Ukraine. Sure, he did his usual song and dance about how the war would have never happened and Biden screwed it up, and echoed by Viktor Orban in an incredible exchange where it defied all sensibilities for a foreign head of state to criticize a former president. I mean, pretty outrageous in the cabinet room of the White House.
Seemed outrageous, Jeannie. It was a Republican, a Republican senator, Arthur Vandenberg, who actually helped to create the United Nations, who coined the phrase politics ends at the water's edge. This is some sort of mirrored version of this, where the foreign actor has crossed the water to come into the White House, to Rick's point, into the cabinet room to criticize a former president of the United States. He said, after you're leaving president, everything was basically broke, ruined, and canceled. Was this a moment for you, Jeannie?
How things have changed. Yes, absolutely it was. It's enough to hear Donald Trump almost daily wanting to talk about Joe Biden and blame his own woes on Joe Biden, but then to have the leader of a foreign nation come over. But of course, Viktor Orban is no regular leader of a foreign nation. He is somebody who was here to visit Mar-a-Lago during the campaign. He was somebody who spoke to CPAC. So he has a political view. He is not shy about sharing that. And I think, to me, what was so striking, in addition to the issues involving Ukraine, was how tone deaf this entire exercise was, given what happened on Tuesday night. For the president to describe affordability, which both polls before the election, the voters Tuesday night, and the exit polls say is the major issue on voters' minds, as a con job. And for him to try to sort of gaslight Americans and to say, well, you're all wrong, things are really good, you just don't know it, right? This is, to me, how tone deaf a president with really good political chops normally has become. And I think Donald Trump needs to stop going abroad, needs to get himself out into the United States, talk to voters who say exactly the opposite, including large percentages of his own voters who crossed the line in New York City, California, Virginia, New Jersey, to vote for a Democrat on the issue of affordability. So to me, this was tone deaf to a degree that it would be very concerning if I was a Republican who was going to be running in 26, facing voters who are angry and a president saying affordability is a con job.
Well, Jeannie, I'm glad that you brought up affordability, because we want to hit on that as well, since it did really prevail in that conversation that we just saw play out in the cabinet room. Of course, a big part of this is how Americans are feeling about the economy and the government. We did just get a redhead on the terminal that the U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says that U.S. flight cuts could reach 20% if the situation worsens, and we haven't seen any indication, Joe, at this point, that we're getting closer to resolving this ongoing government shutdown. Rick, I want to pose this to you. I know that you watch U.S. consumer sentiment really closely. We got the preliminary readings for November today from the University of Michigan, showing that consumer sentiment hitting near record low today amid the government shutdown, amid uncertainty around tariffs. How are you reading how Americans are currently reading this economy, as we see really no end in sight at this point for the government to reopen?
I love Fridays when we can get the Michigan Consumer Sentiment Index. Tyler, thank you so much. It's the second best poll that is taken in politics. The first best was Tuesday, when voters actually voted, and it mirrors very significantly what we see today in the preliminary estimates for November, and that is a significant decrease, 6.2% on the Consumer Sentiment Index, 30% down from a year ago. Think about it. Donald Trump was elected 1 year ago this week, and the consumer sentiment indexes dropped 30% during that period of time. Now, nobody should then be surprised to see the kind of election outcomes that occurred on Tuesday, and it's all the way across the board. I mean, they're significantly down from a year ago on the future sentiment of people. How's it going to be a year from now? Their current situation down 11% in this one survey. This is one of the lowest levels the Michigan consumer sentiment has hit, compared to even Joe Biden at the height of inflation. This is where people are. So when Donald Trump starts talking about inflation and how horrible it was, he ought to think about like how people are feeling today, because they're in the same position.
We should note that the comments on gas prices didn't completely add up either. We actually took a look around here, and when it comes to gas prices, AAA still has the average above $3 a gallon, and it's only about 10 cents different than it was 1 year ago. So as much as we would all love to be paying $2 a gallon, that didn't seem to actually jive with what we're seeing from AAA and from Gas Buddy. Great panel as always, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. Thank you so much for weighing in, and I hope you both have a great weekend here. I also hope you're not flying. We're going to talk about that coming up with Chris Sununu. How about that, Tyler? It could be 20%. Sean Duffy saying as much to Fox News this afternoon when it comes to capacity cuts. They start today at 4%, and people are already feeling the pain. Chris Sununu will join us next, speaking for the air.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60 in a 2-ounce, a 4-ounce, or an 8-ounce configuration. Take a teaspoon a day. It will soak up free radicals, help the cells perform better, help your mitochondria perform better. You'll have more ATP, more energy. By soaking up free radicals at the vascular level, you're reducing plaque formation, and soaking up free radicals at the neuron level, you're improving the health of your neuron and building positive neuroplasticity. Take a teaspoon a day every day. This will also help your basal layer for your skin. Within 1 year, you will look younger. Within 2 months of taking this every day, you're going to notice that your immune system, your endocrine system, and your other bodily functions are performing better. Please go to my store, get it in a 2-ounce, a 4-ounce, or an 8-ounce configuration. Get the C60 in avocado, MCT coconut oil, or extra virgin olive oil. It's very important to take it every day. Please go to my store, use discount 5, get $5 off any order. Thank you for listening, and have a nice day.